Meeting of the Orange County Schools Board of Education. Before we begin, do I have a motion to adopt today's simple agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Atherton and a second from Ms. Smiley. Ms. Dillon? Yes. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Jean?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Okay, well, our agenda has been adopted. The first item, our first and only item tonight is discussion and action of consideration for opening Orange County schools for hybrid, in-person and remote learning under Plan B. Dr. Felder, I will turn it over to you to get us started. I think we have some panelists to be introduced also.
We do. Well, good evening, Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, board members, all of our honored guests and staff. Next slide, please. At last night's meeting, you had an opportunity to hear a presentation on COVID-19 from Dr. Danny Benjamin with the ABC Science Collaboration. Staff presented survey results from the staff and family surveys. You heard from Rebecca Crawford from the Orange County Health Department and staff regarding the 4 metrics the district is monitoring, and received an update on the monitoring task force. And you had an opportunity to learn how the district is monitoring its readiness through the overview provided on the district's Plan B readiness matrix. Tonight, you will have an opportunity to engage with the following guest panelists. Should you have any questions or need more information regarding COVID-19 for some in-person instruction. You will also have the opportunity to engage with staff on the data shared with you previously. Each will share highlights from the data and answer any questions you may have. This will be followed by an update on 100% remote learning or virtual academy, and lastly, a presentation with regards to the Plan B proposals. Next slide, please. The board is asked to make 2 decisions tonight with regards to the plan for after the first 9 weeks, either to remain in Plan C or shift to Plan B, as well as with regards to staff's return to work. And we'll share more about that soon. Next slide, please. So tonight we're going to begin with an opportunity to engage with a panel of experts. You heard from Dr. Danny Benjamin, Kaiser Arena Distinguished Professor of Pediatrics, Duke University, Chair, Pediatric Trials Network, and Deputy Director, Duke Clinical Research Institute. You'll also have an opportunity to engage with Ms. Rebecca Crawford, Area Commander, Orange County Health Department. They are returning tonight and are joined by Ms. Quintana Stewart, Director of the Orange County Health Department, Dr. Ashley Ward, Senior Policy Associate, Nicholas Institute for Environmental Studies at Duke University, and Ms. Melanie Wilson, Geographic Information System Analyst. Welcome to our distinguished guests. And if they could all be given access to speak. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the board if you have any questions, or if any of our honored guests have any comments to make, want to share any information.
Mr. Atherton, are you raising your hand? Yes.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see if they had a comment first, so.
I'm not able to see. Oh, there's Dr. Ward. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. Hello, Ms. Stewart. Thank you. I'm not Hi, Ms. Wilson. Thank you. Welcome. So, Mr. Atherton, why don't you ask your question, and then if anyone wants to, anyone does have anything to say, they're welcome to speak up after that.
Thank you. Thanks, panelists, for being here tonight. As you know, we've got lots of questions and things we're looking through. I have two questions that I had written down before, and I'm not sure who this is would answer this, so please feel free to speak up. My first one is, we've heard a lot of concerns and discussions about a vaccine coming out, and I'm just curious your perspective on one, the vaccine itself. A lot of people have felt like, that's going to eradicate this. And I would just like some expert discussion on, what's realistic timing and realistic of the vaccine impact. And then my second one, I'll wait.
So, Mr. Atherton, before you get a response, I understand that Dr. Benjamin just needs to be unmuted. He says he's here. He's just not able to unmute.
It must be an attendee.
Yes, that's what he
He's in the
says.
attendee list. Mhm.
Mhm.
He's promoted.
Mr. Schofield, can you please let us know if you find him and are able to promote him to panelist?
Yeah, I'm not seeing him in our list here. Give me just a second.
Yeah, I see him on the list.
He's in the attendee list.
Yeah, the attendee list.
Aw.
Otis wanted to join the party, I'm afraid.
That's
I
welcome.
had that happen at the board meeting before last with my dog, so I get it.
He can be quite insistent. Let's hope he takes no for an answer.
Yeah, I think it was at the last meeting that my dog started howling right outside my office. Oh boy. Working from home is a exciting thing. Mr. Schofield, are you having any luck? Can you use the search function in the attendee list?
Yeah, I've tried. I'm not seeing him in the list here for some reason.
He
Yeah,
says he can hear us.
yeah, I see him perfectly in the list, attendee list. It's listed as Danny Benjamin.
Let's see. Okay, there he is. All right, there we go.
Welcome, Dr. Benjamin.
Hey, great. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for having me. And I'm just going to let you all know, I'm going to give you a quick wave and then stop my video because I've got some internet at home that's slowing things down. If I'm able to speak successfully, I will with video, but I'm going to stop it for the moment. How is that for you all?
That's just fine. Thank you for
Okay.
being here.
Yes, ma'am. I heard a question about the vaccine timeline. I'm happy to address that if you all would like, or somebody else. If you want to hear from somebody else, that's fine too.
Why don't you get us started?
Okay, so as way of background, in addition to our work in the epidemiology in the community, our research group pioneered how to get medicine studies done in babies less than 1,000 grams birth weight. And we have the largest program for pediatric clinical research as it relates to therapeutics in the world. So we have some experience in this arena. So there's some real hurdles between us and the vaccine for children. So the vaccine timeline, as I'm sure you're all aware, are incredibly compressed with good reason. One of the things I get asked is, how is it that we're moving so quickly and yet safely at the same time? Most of the time savings that the Americans are seeing right now is the fact that 6 months ago, the federal government made a decision to deleverage the risk for most of the front-running candidates for vaccines. So it costs the company about $100 million to $200 million to develop a vaccine. Fed said, well, we'll pay for the trials. This is the way the trials will get done. And we will go ahead and buy vaccines right now, whether or not your product works. So what that does is all that time that one takes, often years, to design these trials and to negotiate the endpoints with the FDA, those are all now essentially sample sizes and many of the endpoints for these medicine trials and for the vaccine trials, those are all being mandated. And all that negotiation time is gone. The second thing that's happening is the sites are getting these up very quickly. And for these molecules and these vaccines, they're going through the drug development process where the time savings is based on things around financial risk more than patient safety risk. That's number one. Number two is the front-running vaccines, and there are about 140 candidates right now, are in late phase testing. Those, it is therefore, because we have 40 candidates, it is quite likely that we will eventually get a vaccine. That's one of the reasons why scientists are so hopeful that we will get a vaccine originally. In contrast, when the pneumococcal vaccine came out, there were 1 or 2 candidates, vaccines racing to be first to market. The feds have taken that risk out by going ahead and buying all the product before the vaccines have even been shown to be effective. So this has caused an influx of developers into the marketplace. All right, so here we are, we're in October and we're in late phase. Sometime this month, we're going to have an okay idea around safety. It's not going to be optimal. You'd really ideally like a year follow-up before you started marketing the product. But we're going to have a pretty good estimate of safety because we're going to have randomized between 30 and 60,000 people to receive these front-running vaccines. And we're going to have some hint of efficacy. So much so that between November 1st, I estimate, and the first quarter of 2021, there'll be a point where a reasonable independent person could look at the data and say, I think that this product works. Now, because we happen to be coming up into an election year, there's a lot of discussion about whether that date might be November 1st or January 1st or February 1st. For the sake of our discussion here, I'm going to arbitrarily call that January 1st. That's not an opinion as to when that should happen or when it's most likely to happen, but it's a reasonable guess of what might happen, plus or minus or month or two. And then if something happens earlier, you guys can frame shift everything that I've said. If something happens later, you can frame shift everything I've said. So let's call it January 1st, 2021. At that point in the first quarter of the calendar year, the product is not going to be administered to 6-year-old children. The product is going to be administered to a small group of people, predominantly those in healthcare. This follows traditional public health thinking that if you lose public healthcare workers, the mortality rate skyrockets for the population. Over the second and third quarters, there's going to be hard questions asked and answered from an equity standpoint as to the next groups of people who should be vaccinated. But it will include high-risk folks, and those include folks, for example, in nursing homes, the elderly, obesity, underrepresented minorities, especially folks who work in, for example, the meatpacking environment, folks for whom English is not spoken inside the home. These folks who suffer disproportionately from COVID-19, even when adjusting for other socioeconomic predictors, these folks will be the most likely folks to get it in the second and third quarters of 2021. Now, at this point, unfortunately, there are no plans, no detailed plans, and no studies in preparation, nor have any vaccine studies been written even to enroll a single school-age elementary school child younger than 12 into the vaccine programs. So that process normally takes over a year. In the COVID timeline, I anticipate that sometime around the summer of 2021, those trials may start to be fully fleshed out and will get rolled out into the communities. There'll be some considerable negotiation as to how large those trials need to be. They may be as small as bridging studies, which would mean 500 to 1,000 children, or they may require 10 to 30,000 children be randomized into the trials. Much of that will depend on what we do not know now, which is the safety and efficacy in adults. The best case scenario, however, is that children will start to get vaccinated at the end of calendar year 2021. I view that as extremely optimistic. And then that brings us, that's kind of what I would view as the best case scenario, with vaccination progressing through calendar year 2022. Most of the products, not all, require multiple doses, which will add another overlying complicating factor. The second, so that's the best case scenario timeline. What can mess that timeline up is that there's actually no guarantee that we'll have an EUA in the November 1st to January or February 1st timeframe. Keep in mind that AstraZeneca has already stopped its trial once for safety reasons for transverse myelitis. I'm hopeful that we're going to get an EUA in that 4-month window, but there is no guarantee. The second thing is that most of the primary candidates are going to face considerable supply chain challenges. These vaccines typically are the vaccines for several of the leading candidates are stored at -80 degrees. So essentially cold storage, which means you're not going to just package them up at a manufacturing plant in central North Carolina or southern Illinois and then easily ship them around the country. You're going to have to transport them and in those conditions across country. They can be taken out from those conditions for approximately 12 hours. So that means you're going to take out your batch of vaccines in the morning and then vaccinate a predefined group of people. So this is not going to be just rolling down to CVS pharmacy or Walmart and popping in a vaccine. The planning around that is going to have to be considerable. Now, that's not insurmountable. Pfizer and AstraZeneca in particular are well experienced in making vaccines. And because the feds have already purchased and have invested as much as they have in the vaccine program, they're making those preparations now, which will help that hurdle. But nonetheless, it's not a trivial hurdle for people involved. The other item is that there will be multiple candidates globally going for a common set of resources around the supply chain for making everything from the small glass vials to the needles for injection, et cetera. There's potential problems there. And then, of course, all this goes into disarray if there's any problems during the EUA period around safety events, which occurs from time to time with vaccines. As noted by the folks, older folks on the call might remember the swine flu in the 1970s, and medical historians will remember the difficulties with the RSV vaccine in the 1960s. But assuming all goes well, I'm hopeful children will get vaccinated late 21 and throughout the calendar year of 2022. Now, as far as efficacy is concerned, Americans tend to think of vaccines like the measles and polio vaccine, where efficacy is about virtually 100%. It's not known yet what the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccine will be, but the most common guesses are that it will look like the flu vaccine in some way, and that your efficacy is, say, 60 or 70% and frame shifts the burden of disease. This is extremely speculative. We simply don't know because the trials are going on right now, but the most common speculation by folks who have the most experience in vaccine development is that we're looking at, if we give this vaccine out to folks, we kind of, if there were 100 people who were going to suffer death from COVID, we might shift that down to say maybe only 70, but they would have a terrible, terrible time in the intensive care unit and would have long-term complications. Of the 100 people who would have a terrible time in ICU with long-term complications, we can frame shift again 70% of them so that they're hospitalized and have a miserable experience. Again, of those who would have been hospitalized, frame shift that down so that they're sick at home, but still develop COVID, et cetera. So it's not likely to be like the polio vaccine or diphtheria, tetanus, or tetanus, where you essentially have eliminated the disease in recipients of the vaccine. So this is, COVID-19 is unlikely to go away in calendar year 20 or 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Mr. Atherton, did you have a second part of your question?
I have a second, but I will relinquish for other board members to ask since there's a lot to cover.
Okay. Anyone else have a question? Ms. Smiley?
I have one around testing. It's my understanding that we are pretty close potentially to being able to do much broader testing. I know President Trump announced yesterday he's sending out 150 million tests to the states and encouraging them to prioritize schools. And I also know that testing has been a major key difference in the way that Duke was able to open up versus UNC. And so, especially given this information about the vaccine and how long we're going to be dealing with this, having some sort of testing system in place for Orange County schools feels like a really big game changer. And so I'm curious how far away you think we might be from that. Anybody on the panel really, like, are there any local opportunities to, I know there's some trials going on and things like that, but are there any local opportunities to set up programs like Los Angeles Unified School District, New York City are doing, whether they are setting up a testing program now?
Hi, good evening. It's Quintana Stewart, Orange County Health Director. And I'll take the first stab at this. I can speak a little bit about local testing efforts. So we are still awaiting more detail about some of the rapid test opportunities that we hope we will have access to in the very near future. I will say for our current testing capacity, we just continue to ramp up each week. We receive some additional testing resources from the state about around the time that UNC opened up. So we have increased our testing capacity here in the county drastically. We are no longer only testing symptomatic folks, but at all of our community testing events, and you probably are aware, the hospitals are now also doing pre-procedural kinds of tests. So we're testing much more robustly, and we're doing asymptomatic as well as symptomatic folks. We have began some discussions with the state to see if we will be able to assist the schools with some surveillance testing if you all decide to move in that direction of reopening. So it is on our radar. And I agree that was a key difference in what we saw with some of the universities that were able to open with fewer cases. It was that surveillance testing and their ability to test frequently. So that's where we are with our testing. I'll say over the last 3-4 weeks, we've been averaging around 300 tests a week here in the county, and that's much greater than where we were even a month or two ago.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stewart.
So just to add on to that, thank you for that thorough answer. And just an additional point is that the ABC collaborative is working with the triangle districts, putting in an application for additional resources, testing to look at optimal strategies. Should you bundle them if they're for a volleyball team, or should you bundle them for a third grade classroom, or should you test children individually? And if that comes through, then it'll be up for Orange to decide if that's something that you guys want to do, and we would work through that between in an MOU type setting, and that would come back before the board.
That's great, thank you. I'll just, one just general recommendation is there's a report out, and you both are probably already familiar with it, but for the board, for anybody else who isn't, a report came out this month from Duke's Health Policy School and Rockefeller Foundation recommending sort of what the testing, what surveillance testing and other types of testing might look like for school settings in order to really enable them. There's a bunch of like policy recommendations, but it really just has me thinking that if there are these opportunities, we should really strongly consider those.
Yeah, great, thanks. We have enjoyed a partnership with you guys, and essentially what we've communicated to your school leadership is there will be a limited number of districts that will be able to participate in that, and Orange as early adopter of the ABC will get asked first.
Thank you. Other board members? Ms. Doyle?
Dr. Benjamin, are you, Ms. Smiley sent out a news article today. Dr. Gabby Catul over at Duke had a paper come out, I guess, that had the R not higher, like at 4.5 perhaps. Does that significantly change what you talked about yesterday with the difference in aerosolization?
Yeah, so so the shortest answer of all is I haven't read that one. The a bit longer answer is that in the setting of aerosolization, I think sometimes we talk past each other. So when I think in terms of aerosolization, I think in terms of even if I wear a medical mask, and just let me go off video for just a second here. So this mask here would be a medical mask. I'm gonna exhibit some poor hand hygiene here, right? So it just kind of comes on and off easily, just a loop around the nose. When I use the word medical mask, that's what I mean by the word medical mask. Even if I'm using a medical mask, what gives me great fear is that if I'm breathing in a room and then I leave the room and then an hour later, or I breathe inside the room and down the hallway or in a different room, a patient can be infected with the organism. This is what you see with measles and varicella. Sometimes when folks are talking about aerosolization, they mean, can infection occur if we're more than 6 feet apart? And if I don't have a mask on with COVID-19, I agree with colleagues that believe that to be true and believe that to be possible. This has particular implications if the board ever considers competitive sports in the county. Okay. So if the R0 is down in this range of 2, 3, and 4, this has very, very different implications than an R0 of 15, 18, etc. That's number one. The second way that we talk past each other is, okay, what can we do in response to that? Now, there are all sorts of things that are possible for us to do, but what can we do that has been shown clinically to actually reduce transmission of disease? And that's a different question entirely. So on a personal level, am I more comfortable with windows down and windows open as it relates to COVID-19? Am I more comfortable being outside than inside? You know, absolutely. Can I tell you that revamping your HVAC system or spending millions of dollars in your school system to change around your airflow is actually going to reduce disease? No, there's not. We don't have evidence for that. Can I tell you what I'd personally be more comfortable in a 10 by 12 room being in an office environment versus 3 or 4 people in 6 by 6? Yes, I would. Sometimes we talk past each other, and I just wanted to outline those 2 points.
That's helpful. Other board members? Mr. Atherton, let's return to your question and we can open it up again after that.
Okay, excellent. So my other question was actually about sports. So that's just ironic you mentioned it.
Uh-oh.
The question I had was sports, what are your concerns and what should we consider, you know, as some of our winter sports are coming up and parents are asking, and, you know, some of the state level is giving some green light that some practices can occur, but, you know, we don't really, you know, at least I don't have an idea around what are some of the things we should consider and know about when thinking about those.
All right, so I would think in terms of 3 risk strata. The conditioning and voluntary practices that most commonly occur before tryouts. They are done at one's home school, if you will. So if I'm a student at Orange High, these occur at Orange High. They are time limited, regulated by the school and the state. The advantage the example I'm going to use is baseball, because I happen to be a baseball coach in the Chapel Hill City School District. All right, so these would be like fall practices at Cedar Ridge or Orange High School. And if the athletes are within, if the athletes are on school property, I would encourage you to have them have a mask on. And certainly if they're going to be within 12 feet of each other, because they're going to be breathing heavily. And at that point, the 6-foot limit kind of goes out the window. As I mentioned to you last night, like singing, breathing heavily, intubating patients, all of a sudden this kind of magic of 6 feet goes away. Okay. So you're in this environment. The coach at Orange High wants to do some pitching, wants to do some throwing, all that kind of good stuff. Virus does not teleport from the nose to the baseball, and nor from the baseball to the second player's nose. So as long as players and the coaches are fastidious about hand washing, and when we run baseball practice for my son's travel team, we have frequent breaks for hand hygiene that we outline in writing. In those circumstances, I think practices can be done safely, and the advantage to the young athlete is that they don't get horribly deconditioned and then go right into the school ball season deconditioned and vulnerable to injury. So having a pitcher throw in 2 or 3 weeks before his first game, which is the schedule some of the counties are doing, is going to make such a player vulnerable to shoulder injury. Having a football player have 2 weeks of practice and then go into a competitive environment of a game deconditioned is going to make that player vulnerable to injury. The list goes on and on. Okay, so that's stratum number 1. If you'll mask and distance and hand hygiene, the coaches and the athletic directors and the principals can put together a plan for that, and you can keep that under control. Stratum number 2 is higher risk for the board to consider. This is athletes getting within 6 feet of each other. This is face-to-face defense with basketball. This is scrimmaging-like environments. This is, but you're still not competing against other schools. Athletes can have masks on and compete in these type of environments and vigorously exercise. And you see athletes doing this all the time. It's not, the board just needs to know that there's just a higher level of risk. The kids are going to be closer to each other. Stratum number 3 is the game environment. And now you guys have got all sorts of things that you have to consider. You have to put kids on buses. You got to transport them across the state where they go by private car. Now there's equity concerns about who can get to games. Once you're at games, are fans allowed? If you're facing teams outside of Orange County, what's their policies like? What's their transmission rate like? It gives you all sorts of things that are, as a board, are greater risk and are beyond your control. I have outlined that for another district, and I can the ABC collaborative can share that one pager, which breaks these down by sport for Dr. Felder. I haven't sent that to her yet. I did it for another district, but we can send that. Thank you to her.
Yeah, I think that would be an amazing resource. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Other questions? I'm not sure we have any more pressing questions right now. Oh, Ms. Hauser?
I have, I want to first, I keep checking to make sure that I'm in a school board meeting, but because this has just been an amazing briefing, and thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. It's like, wow. I had a question for Dr. Ward, and it has to do, because at the end of the day, it's still masks and washing hands and distancing and watching the numbers in the community. And so I was wondering if you might share with us what your view is that we should be watching, and when do we need to get worried that our environment is becoming unsafe to operate school? It seems like the numbers are getting to a point where we are safe from an environmental perspective.
Right. So you're referring to the metrics that the metrics task force has been following, and at what point can you all as decision makers make a judgment about the current status? I just make sure that's what you're referring to.
Yes, the current status, and also changes that, as the numbers move, when do we have to get concerned that they're moving in a way that requires us to take different action?
Well, the health department, and Ms. Stewart can probably speak more directly to this, but they have indicated in our task force meetings that the county is able to contact trace 125 cases a week. And I think this is an important guidepost, basically, to say you absolutely do not want to exceed the public health department's ability to do that. So whatever their stated ability to contact trace weekly, that's one good goalpost that you can use to see if you're getting close to that. One way you can think about this, if you're thinking about future planning, which is almost impossible to do because, as we've talked about, the numbers are not static and they do change, every week, and sometimes quite dramatically from one week to the next. But one thing to think about is looking at what do those changes in numbers mean to you all as decision makers? So, for example, let's just say we have a 10% increase in cases and incident rate for the county at one given point in time. What does that mean for you? So you want to think about, okay, so at this rate of growth, how long before we hit the thresholds of those metrics to where we're actually straining community resources, whether it's the health department's ability to contact trace or the hospitalizations, the number of people that the hospital can safely care for. I mean, we don't want to get close to hospital capacity, to be frank with you, and I don't, hopefully we won't. But that's one way to think about these metrics, is you want to think about what that rate of change means over the coming weeks for you all, particularly given sort of carrying capacity of what the system currently is. And, I don't know if Ms. Stewart, you want to say more about the contact tracing of the county, but to me, that is a really critical threshold to pay attention to.
Yeah, I would agree, Dr. Ward. And 125 is a spot where we are comfortable. I will tell you that we do have the ability to ramp up if needed. We saw that and tested it in a very scary way when UNC reopened. But at this point, what we learned from that incident was to train up and have, a pretty deep bench of folks if we needed to call them in. So if we were to exceed that 125, state would pour in the resources just as they did when UNC reopened and we had the surge. So we would be able to do the contact tracing, because we know that is a very important step in staying kind of ahead of the game and, ensuring we contact those that were exposed and making sure they quarantine. So I would agree with you that 125 is absolutely a great great threshold to monitor and use.
I think, Ms. Hauser, we've talked about before, and I think one thing just to keep in mind with any of the metrics is all of them are a snapshot in time based on the behavior and what's happening in the community at that moment. So if anything changes, like opening schools or anything like that, then the metrics are likely to move. And so I think it's important that there's ongoing monitoring of those metrics, a thorough understanding of what sort of the limitations of the system is to respond, and making sure that you don't get so close to those limits before you react.
So what I'm hearing you both say is that we're monitoring our ability to manage the disease from a health department perspective, not an ability to manage its spread within our schools. Am I hearing this wrong? That's what I'm hearing.
So I don't know that I would frame it that way. So I don't know that we have you're right, to date, because we haven't had to deal with the schools being open. So to date, I would say no, we haven't focused our measures around the spread in a school specifically. But I would say I think that the measures it will be the same. I mean, because it's still part of the community, that's still that spread. So none of the mitigation strategies that we currently are, posting and educating the community about are really different in the school setting. It's the same basic 3 W's, right? The distancing, wearing the mask, as we heard yesterday from Dr. Benjamin, that's really key, and the hand hygiene. So to me, they're all the same, but I understand what you're saying. We haven't focused it on, the spread within the school specifically.
So Ms. Hauser, if I could just jump in for a second. First of all, I think the comments by Ms. Stewart and Dr. Ward were just really superb and right on point. And then in addition to that, one thing that you all can consider in general, and then one thing that will come eventually before you all and how you want to interact with the collaborative. In general, one of the things that your peers have been doing is monitoring and responding to episodes of secondary transmission within the schools. Those are really the hallmark events for a school board. So I think Dr. Ward and Ms. Stewart, they're right on point about this is how you look at it before you jump into the pool. Okay, now you're in the pool swimming around, you look around and you keep your eye on the community as they've cogently outlined. But in addition to that, you're going to want to do 2 things. One is, Ms. Stewart's team is going to be, and I apologize for this. Is it Dr. Stewart or Ms. Stewart? There's so much.
It's just Ms. Stewart, no doctor.
Okay, and thank you for all that you're doing for Orange County. I know as a citizen of Orange County, I personally benefit from your work. And I know that y'all are really dedicated to our health. And from my family, I thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So anyway, so what Ms. Stewart and her team will be doing, that'll be out in the community as Dr. Ward and Ms. Stewart have outlined. Then you want to keep your eye on these secondary transmissions, and Ms. Stewart's team is going to help you with that. The ABC team is outside of that, but the ABC teams can say to you, Ms. Hauser, you need to work with Ms. Stewart's team on defining, was this a secondary transmission? Was this child at greater risk because they were in the school environment? Did we drop the ball here in the particular school? Does this particular school need additional help? And then something that the board will want to consider in the month of October is that for our partner districts in North Carolina, the ABC Collaborative is developing an app that will be a symptom tracker, okay, so that you can give kind of a green light or red light to children and staff entering a school building. We stay out of that data loop. That goes directly to the folks that the school board wants to have that information. Doesn't come to me because I don't want to know. That'll be for Ms. Stewart to figure out. And then you'll be able to also see at the school level, at the classroom level, at the after-school activity level, how children and staff are becoming infected or not becoming infected. And that if you're engaged in that, that will again give you line of sight at the school, at the classroom, and even at the after-school activity level of what's going on. Maybe things are going great at Cedar Ridge High School, but the volleyball team is struggling. Or maybe the entire school district's doing great, but at Standback Middle School, there's a real problem in the 7th grade, for example. That level of detail is something that you all, if you adopt it, have the potential to have at your fingertips via dashboard.
Ms. Smiley?
I'd love to, this is all really, really good information. I have 2 questions. I'll just ask one of them and can come back around. The question of how are we monitoring secondary transmissions in schools feels really important to me. And I'm curious, in just sort of looking around at the information I could find in the state, I saw that like Moore County Schools, for example, has this tracker, and I can see that they have had 38 cases since school opened. What I can't tell is, are those 38, well, I know that some of them are related because of something else, but what I can't tell is whether there were secondary transmissions there, you know? And so I'm curious, is there any place to tell just in total how many COVID infections have been occurring in staff and students in North Carolina school systems? And is there any way to tell how many of those have been secondary transmissions? It seems the data that I've been able to find seems really piecemeal. So it's hard for me to tell how much of that is occurring.
Right. So I can just tell you, like, from our public health definition and the way we're doing it, when you see on the state site, if you have the school listed and there's a cluster, then that tells us there was some kind of epilink, right? And so the way that we would first know about some kind of secondary transmission would be the information that we gather from our case investigators. So when they contact and do this thorough interview with all the positive cases, this is where they would begin to gather some of that information. And then as we start to compile and put it together and we submit our stuff up to the state, I feel like that's when it will get the official definition of a cluster. I am very intrigued by this app and being able to have a dashboard to do that. In fact, we're scheduled to do some kind of demo with UNC Chapel Hill. I think University of Illinois, and I could be getting them mixed up. So many out there, but I think they have something sort of similar that they're using with the surveillance and the testing that they're doing with some of their students on campus. And it sounds very similar to what Dr. Benjamin just kind of described with that app.
Thank you. Dr. Benjamin, is there any way to tell this across? I know y'all are working with 50 districts altogether. Is there a way to tell how many secondary transmissions have been occurring?
Systematically, we are gently negotiating with the ones that are in the collaborative about how best to do that. Once we have adoption of the app in those districts, there'll be clear, transparent line of sight to that effect. I would say that as Ms. Stewart is really well outlined for you, a cluster when it comes, that doesn't guarantee that there's been secondary transmission, but it's a red flag to you that perhaps that's occurred. And when there's not a cluster, it's somewhat reassuring that there's no secondary transmission, but it's not a guarantee. It's clear that there have been there are 2 instances that I know because the school board monitored what was happening in their schools, and they looked for secondary transmission, and they went from not masking their pre-K students to masking their pre-K students. That's a really important lesson learned.
Smiley, did you have another question?
I did. It takes it in a different direction. So I don't think that we're here yet, but just knowing how long COVID is likely to be with us, one of the things about Plan A, like what makes Plan A distinct from the other plans, is that you can get over 50% of capacity students in the building, and of course, like that means we're not doing 6 feet of distancing also in classrooms. And so Plan A is sort of getting more back to normal in terms of bringing all students back together in classrooms. And so I am curious whether any of you have any thoughts about what sorts of things to consider, what metrics to look at in order to start to consider something like where we let's say maintain the masks, but we no longer do the social distancing and we bring a full classroom of students back in, because if this is going to be with us for a long time, any of these versions that we're doing right now just come with downsides. So I'm curious, how good would it have to be, or what would we have to have in place to stop doing that kind of distancing?
Ms. Stewart and Dr. Ward, if you could indulge me for just a moment, because I have to be on with the Wake County School Board in 3 minutes. And then I've got another couple of calls tonight after that. The two things. Number one is walk, then run, then sprint. Okay. So when we started the collaborative, we started with the 4 districts in the triangle. Then we expanded to the 50 some odd districts in the state of North Carolina. And then we went out to California and to Utah, et cetera. We didn't start working things out in central Utah. Okay. So you've got some data in front of you from other school districts that success is possible if masking compliance is high. And what they've shown you they've been successful at is the hybrid model. If one is successful, I don't want to tell you to go to Plan A or not go to Plan A or go to Plan A right away. But if you ask a physician, a typical physician is going to say, show some success in the basics before going all out. Now there's a ton of other risk benefit ratios that you all as K through 12 educators have to decide. You have to decide staffing, you have to decide end of grade testing, social, cognitive, emotional stuff that is far beyond my area of expertise. But from a medical perspective, typically if you're trying to implement public health measures, it's a whole lot easier to implement them on a smaller scale and move larger than start larger and figure things out while you're flying the airplane.
Thank you. Good luck tonight.
Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Benjamin. We have really benefited from your presence last night and tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Take care.
The only thing I would add to what Dr. Benjamin just said is to think about your timeline of reopening. So I absolutely 1000% agree with what he said about taking baby steps. This is really critical because you want to be able to identify, what you did well and what you didn't do so well, and give yourself time to adjust and implement a change and then see the impact of that implemented change. And so if we're spacing, we know that, 2 weeks is, the estimated incubation period for COVID. If we wanted to be able to see what that reaction is going to be, you need to give it at least 2 weeks. Or I would say really you want to give 4 weeks before you introduce another component into the system, because that gives you the 2 weeks to experience any issues. And then it gives you another 2 weeks to respond and see what the impact of that response is. Ms. Stewart, I don't know if the health department, my guess is you're giving similar advice, but I think it's really important that you space out that whenever you're going to introduce a new change into the system, there be that much of a space between new changes.
Yep, I agree, Dr. Ward. And yes, I agree. I agree with the 4 weeks, and it's kind of the same thing we've been using at the state level, and the way that the governor and the Secretary Cohen have done the gradual increases to what we can do throughout the phases. So I echo both Dr. Benjamin and Dr. Ward, the baby steps, and do it gradually, so that it gives us a chance to measure and see what the true impact is of the changes that we're making.
And I think, Melanie and I had worked on sort of a short assessment of all of the districts that opened up. And, most of them actually did fairly well. But one of the things we noticed when we looked at that 4 weeks, what happened 4 weeks from the date they started Plan B, many of them had a little spike in week 2. But by the time they hit week 4, that things had started to level out. So, it's important that you give yourself, the system, time to adjust to the change that you've made.
Ms. Stevens, are you raising your hand? No? Okay. Ms. Hauser?
So if I'm hearing this correctly, there are no magic bullets on the horizon, that we are going to be building a school system that is equipped with mask, hand washing, distancing to manage COVID for the foreseeable future. Work at hand. Is that really, and to move into that slowly?
I would say
Right.
yes.
I think, one of the things you want to think about is this is just my opinion at this point. I'm speaking off topic from metrics, but from a decision-making standpoint, who are the students who most need to be in the classroom? And then thinking about how you can safely return those students, test out your prevention measures with mask wearing, spacing desks apart, think of hallways, busing, all the things that you guys have talked about in the last few meetings, which I cannot imagine all that you're trying to balance. See how that goes. And then if that's going well after, I would say at least 4 weeks, and think about bringing sort of the next group in that needs to be in person. Slow and steady wins the race, Ms. Hauser. That's what I would say.
And I will tell you, this is very similar to what we're doing now in planning with the university and trying to prioritize again, well, what is the group of students that the online learning is not doable for their, advancement with their education, like the performing arts and, music. That's kind of hard to do in an online setting. So I think it's spot on. That's what we do. Prioritize and figure out, well, which group of students really, really have to be in person to, get the education that they need, and then just slowly build on that as we figure out, well, what is working and what are we doing right? And we see the virus is kind of suppressed, and that's what I say, slow and steady. Yep.
One more point I want to make on this factor is, for folks in public health, all that we're talking about are standard public health prevention measures that we know how to do. And there's a wealth of knowledge in public health around this. Biomedical solutions are usually not actually what suppresses an outbreak. It's usually these behaviors and prevention measures that have the most impact. And so while I think of waiting for a vaccine or hoping for a vaccine, it would certainly be awesome. And I hope that too. But as you heard from Dr. Benjamin, that's going to be a long wait. And so in the interim, we have to figure out how to implement prevention measures among community members, which may mean educating students and their parents and your staff and faculty about all of these things But as most people in public health will tell you, it's almost always those prevention, behavioral, cultural aspects that actually suppress transmission.
Yep. Ditto. And again, I think he used the example of seasonal flu, and that's a great example to use. The flu vaccine is not 100% with efficacy, right? So there are still these other things that we have to do each year to slow and mitigate the spread of the flu. So very similar to behaviors.
Thank you. Mr. Atherton, did you have a question?
Yes. So when you're talking about the preventive measurements, you know, one of the things that comes to my mind is the contact tracing, which leads to the quarantine. And, you know, what are some of y'all's thoughts about the contact tracing to quarantine and requirements like, hey, if you are quarantined, you know, and the example I always think of is a family that has a child that's in, you know, first grade, third grade, fifth grade, you know, and maybe high school, or, you know, some mix where they have kids in different schools. And say one of the kids has a temperature, right? You know, is the thoughts around it, you need to quarantine the whole family, you know, pull both kids out, you're in quarantine. Okay, we need to do testing. You know, what are your thoughts? Because, you know, the prevention, you know, comes out to my thoughts of, you know, what does that look like? What are the best practices, I guess, is what I'm getting to.
Yeah, so the only way that contact tracing really works is whenever we use it and we do like entire household. So that's what we do. When you have one member of the household that were to test positive, if they are showing symptoms, we immediately refer and, you know, want folks to get tested. But yes, we quarantine the entire household because we know those close contacts, that's where we see it spread. So yes, entire household, we would want everyone in the house, in the family, all the children, different grades, quarantine.
Is that even if they haven't tested positive? So like if a child in the family has symptoms, you would advise the whole family to, like, none of the children to go to school and everyone to get tested? Or is it only sort of after a positive test that you would quarantine everyone?
It's after a positive test that we do the actual quarantine. But what we're trying to educate is for folks to be aware of symptoms and to kind of do some of this prior to us, you know, formally saying you need to stay home and quarantine. But after we give a test, we absolutely instruct folks to stay home and quarantine and wait or isolate, wait for their results. So, yeah.
Ms. Hauser.
So that suggests that we also have to think about managing people who may not be showing symptoms, but they're in quarantine. And that might be a child who's in school, who's now is being kept out of school, correct? Or a teacher who's in school, who's now being kept out of school for a period of time. So we've got to be prepared to manage that as well, correct?
Correct. And one of the things we saw early on with this was we had to relax a lot of those like attendance policies that we tend to have in place. That kind of went out the window back in March. I don't think they're back yet. So yeah.
So I don't know if this is a time, I wanted to ask sort of an HR question. So I don't know if I should hold that until a later time in the presentation. Dr. Felder, do you have a preference? It's about sick leave and that sort of thing.
Oh, this is perfect timing. We have representatives from the HR department, both Mrs. Cunningham Brown and Ms. Brimmer.
Great, thank you. So, you know, one of the things on my mind is I know that employees, I think it's like 14 days that the federal government is extending for sick leave between now and December. Is that correct? And if that's correct, and let's say teachers had to quarantine because they had a positive test in their class, or they have a student that's sick, or I mean, their own child that's sick that they have to be home with, you know, I can imagine running through sick leave pretty darn fast. And so I wonder what happens. Do they have to use vacation time? What happens if they run out of that? Are they just not paid? I just have a lot of concern about how that's going to work. Oh, Ms. Dubison, you're on mute.
I know that HR has a lot to share about that. I do want to note that if an employee is told to stay home because of contact tracing through the health department, there is separate state leave for that, and it's not limited. It's called contagious disease leave, and it has in fact existed even before COVID, and we just never had to use it before. But so if there's an outbreak or a cluster or an incident exposure at school and staff are asked to stay home, even if it happens more than once, there is paid leave available for that, and it doesn't come out of their balance.
Okay, so even if their own child got sick and the house was quarantined, that would count?
Well, that's
like
a
it
different
wasn't a
situation.
student?
What I'm talking about is if they're advised to quarantine through the health department. So it would sort of depend on the circumstances around their child getting sick. But that's just one. We've had a lot of questions from teachers about if I get sent home because there's an exposure at school and then I come back and then I get sent home again, am I using my sick leave? And the answer is no.
Okay, so if Orange County Schools sends a teacher home and says you can't come back for 10 days or whatever it is, that does not count against their vacation or sick time. Am I understanding that correctly?
If it's a teacher and they're not sick, hopefully they're working from home, so it's not an issue. Or instructional staff. If they are sick, obviously we wouldn't expect them to work from home. But my understanding is anytime there's a suspected case at school, we're going to be notifying the health department and working with them. And so there shouldn't be an exposure at school where it isn't the advice of the health department that we're following, if you see what I mean.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Ms. Moore, did you have a question? I think that was enough for me for that question. Ms. Moore?
Yes, sorry.
It's okay.
I do have two questions from staff. So the first question, some parents and staff are concerned if a student or staff member is asymptomatic and, they're still riding buses, they're in the classroom, etc. What happens at that point? Will the whole class have to quarantine? And then the other concern were our school specialists, and they were wanting to know if, since they teach basically all the students, and a student is sick, they could possibly expose other students and staff. So would the whole school have to quarantine? Those were two concerns that I had.
Okay, you may have to repeat the second one scenario to me, but for the first one, if they were asymptomatic, again, we're pushing for this 100% compliance with masks, right? So we're reducing the chance of spread, but we wouldn't know unless they took a test and it came back positive. So I don't know what to do about the asymptomatic. That's what we have in the community right now. So if they are asymptomatic, we wouldn't know anything unless they took a test and then yes, do the regular, those that are identified as close contacts. So there's no clear answer about will the entire school have to shut down, or we work it based off of who's been identified as a close contact, meaning they were close to this positive patient for longer than 15 minutes. And we also look at the factors of were you wearing a mask, were you not, were both of you wearing a mask? So we take all of that into consideration whenever we're defining who the close contacts are. But as it stands right now, and the guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services, their toolkit, there's no clear algorithm saying if we have a positive student, then the whole class is out, or then the whole school, there's no algorithm that specifically states those actions. Did I answer both, or was there a second?
Yes, because both questions were pretty similar. So yes, ma'am, you did answer that for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Smiley.
Just to follow up on that, so, and this is an area where we've gotten a lot of questions from parents and teachers, are what are the specific conditions under which we would send my child home if they've been exposed to someone, or shut down a classroom, or shut down a whole school, or close down the whole district. And so I know that the state hasn't clearly defined, it sounds like, each of those situations, but do we have, or do we plan to have sort of defined, like, under these conditions, we would, you know, if it is 2 cases confirmed in a school, or 2 cases confirmed, or something like that, are we planning on creating together some, like, more definition around when we would close a classroom or a school? Or
Right, I hear you. So I think we can work with Dr. Felder and her staff, and we can figure out if they want to set some kind of metric or threshold. This many, we say no, do the whole class, or but again, we're going to stick to our science and what we do with the case investigation and defining who those close contacts are. So I'll just tell you from the health department standpoint, we wouldn't overreact and like shut everything down, because we know, the implications of that, and how disruptive that would be. So we would stick to the science and really define and figure out case by case basis who are those close contacts and who has been potentially exposed. And that's how we would make our decisions around, the recommendations to quarantine.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just think the more clearly we can describe whatever the decision-making criteria is for people, I think that the better they'll be able to understand how it will work.
Okay, we can do that.
Ms. Doyle, did you have a question?
I have a question. It's a little bit also of an HR question, and reading some of the description of how the management of student health would work, it seems like each building that's open, or maybe each building, even if it just has a supervised learning lab, would have an isolation room and staff trained for that room, and potentially a nurse in that room. And I'm just curious, there's a lot of broad demands on our nursing staff, and I think it varies by building. I know some of our elementary school buildings have higher loads of high acuity cases than others, larger numbers of EC classrooms, larger numbers of students with needing specialized medical care. And I'm just, I haven't heard of a plan to adapt staffing to accommodate those demands. And I'm also, I really have some concerns about our readiness to have the nursing staff with a reasonable load and have that working at each site.
So I'd like to ask, thank you for that question, Ms. Doyle. Rita Cobb to chime in, as she's been working with our nurses as well as with the Department of Health.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I have been working with our lead nurses, and we are evaluating the situation with our nurses. Presently, we have 12 nurses that cover the 13 schools, and we are working with HR and administration to fill the one open vacancy that we have. And then our nurses will be evaluating what cases are at what school and the acuity levels, and how we can assist each other. Depending on how we return back to school, we may be able to shift some nurses to support those schools that have a higher acuity than other schools.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb. Other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, I heard Ms. Cobb. Did she say maybe? I mean, I share Carrie Doyle's concern, and Ms. Cobb mentioned having the 12 nurses covering the 13 schools, and she said maybe. I would like to be assured, because it concerns me about some nurses having a higher workload than others. So that's just my concern. It doesn't require a response, but I just wanted to chime in on that, because I'm concerned about the workload for some.
Yeah. So, Mrs. Stevens, thank you for expressing that concern. I do know, and I'm not sure that Ms. Cobb mentioned that 13th position we are looking to fill. So the hope is that position will not be vacant for long. They do have applications and are looking at applicants and are looking to fill the position.
We also, I am also working with Ms. Rath around some CAPE funding and how that funding could be used to supplement our nursing needs that we may have once we understand what we're going to come back in. But we are working with Wanda Rath as well as the lead nurses to make sure that we have ample coverage and that the load is shared equally among our nurses.
All right, thank you. That is actually what I was driving for, because even if we have, all 13 positions filled, Dr. Felder, my concern was, and I see Ms. Cobb, you understand what I'm saying, because my point is, let's say, you might be with this school and you have like 50, 10 kids in wheelchairs and 5 with feeding tubes. In this other school, you might not have but one child. You know what I mean? So that's the workload that I'm referring to. So we understand each other, and thank you very much for that. And Carrie, thank you for starting that conversation.
One thing I wanted to follow up with, this is something Ms. Doyle and I spoke about before, and I don't think you asked this, Ms. Doyle. Did you ask about isolation rooms and staffing for that?
I did. Go ahead and expound on that. Ms. McKenzie would be great.
Okay, so I guess my question is around, it doesn't seem as though you can walk in and out of an isolation room very easily because you're suited up and there's barriers, I'm imagining. And if other students need medications throughout the day, or someone breaks their arm on the playground or whatever, who's staffing the isolation room if the nurse is needed elsewhere in the building?
So the plan that we have in place is that should the isolation be needed to go into effect, the nurse would move into that isolation room. And within each of our schools, we have a crisis team, and that crisis team would then move into assuming the duties as far as medication administration and anything that students may have that are just general nursing needs, like, if a student has a stomach ache or needs to be seen because they fell down on the playground or something of that effect. The nurses would do that. And if we need to, we could contact another nurse at another school to come over and cover if we needed to make that happen. But we do have a plan, and we are working with the schools to make sure that there's a team that will cover the nurse's office should the isolation room have to go into effect.
And are those teams trained in tube feeding or whatever the possibilities are that might need to be covered if a nurse was unavailable? Those teams are able to cover them in every location?
Yes, ma'am. There are staff is trained to do those types of things anyway in the schools because if a nurse is out, for sickness or because they've taken a day or what have you, there is staff that is able to handle those incidents as well.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. Ms. Doyle?
But one more question along those lines. Is the funding that Ms. Cobb, you and Ms. Rath are looking at, is there potential opportunity for assistance with the training load that some of the would be taking on as well? Would it make sense to have like trainers in the district who help with some of these transitioning to this situation?
Yes, hi, Ms. Dole. I will investigate that in greater detail, but I am fairly confident stating that for those health individuals as well as those other social and emotional type support positions such as psychologists, guidance counselors, that a component of those expenditures that would be allowable is for training and professional development.
Yes, Rhonda, that is correct. I read the information that you sent me, and that is what it stated.
Thank you.
Ms. Smiley and then Ms. Hauser.
Just a quick follow-up on this one. If this is the CARES Act or gear related couple $100,000 that we were talking about, one thing on my mind that I'll just name that I know Ms. Rath is also thinking of, I'm sure, because she's very, very good at her job, is if that's one-time money, you know, are we choosing to use it towards staffing versus something like contracts, which are
You're very correct, Ms. Smiley, and I appreciate that that analysis. It is one-time money. Thankfully, this money is available to us until September of 2022, and we will investigate and research and make sure that we maximize those funds to give our students what they need.
Awesome, thank you.
Ms. Hauser and then Mr. Atherton.
Have we isolated isolation rooms in each school building? Do we have a space designated in each school building that's separate from the nurse's office?
Yes, ma'am. Each principal, each school has been tasked with having a separate room, not the nurse's office, that will serve as the isolation room. Because what we wanted to make sure was that the nurse's office could still be that common place that students would come for medication administration or other needs outside of COVID-19 symptoms.
Okay, and they've reported back to us, so we know what that space is.
They have been reporting back to extended cabinet, and principals are working with their nurses to make sure that those spaces are set up and ready to go.
Mr. Atherton?
All right, I have kind of a follow-up to the HR question, Hillary, that you were asking about. So the sick days I get are covered, or the quarantine is covered, but my curiosity is around the actual, say that a teacher actually does get sick and they have to go to the hospital. Do we understand what our medical covers? I know that a lot of providers have started sharing with, this is what we cover, this is the percentage, because it can get very expensive if someone has to go to the hospital. Do we know what's covered?
Mr. Atherton, I do not know the answer to that, what is specifically covered. I know a lot of the testing is now covered, but with regards to how many days of hospitalization would be covered, that would be something that I would have to check with our benefit provider on. But I do know testing and things of that nature are covered.
Yeah, I would like to know, because if we're going to ask teachers to go into this environment, I think we need to be willing to set money aside to help, because if they're getting paid for those days off, but they're paying 20% of a hospital stay, it's going to be buying a car or a house, right? So would really appreciate if we could get that data and share it with all the board.
Mr. Atherton, we'll have that to you right away.
Thank you.
The full board.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? So I know we have a lot of questions about academics and how instruction and technology will play out. So I know that there are more questions, but I don't know if this is just a time where we ask all of those things, or if there was going to be a presentation about that, Dr. Felder?
Yes, we are going to speak to all of those things. I think.
Oh, you're muted.
I got it. On the next slide. Yes, so that's coming up.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions before we move on? Understanding we can always come back for this sort of question later in the meeting as well. Okay, Dr. Felder, I'm going to turn it back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. So, okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. So a traditional greeting of the Maasai tribe in Africa is Kasarian Injiri, which means, and how are the children? It's a greeting that acknowledges the high value the Maasai place on the children's well-being. They expect each other to honestly respond with, all the children are well, which is meant to convey that the priorities of protecting the young and the powerless are in place. So how are the children in Orange County schools doing? The board was provided with and will have an opportunity to engage with staff regarding the following data sets. The SEL Panorama Survey, the purpose of the Orange County developing the survey in partnership with Panorama Education was to determine the academic, social, emotional needs of our students as we return to learning in a virtual and distance learning model. Then there's the exact path diagnostic assessment. The purpose of that assessment was to give look at our students in terms of in the areas of math, reading, language arts, in the window between August 24th and September 23rd. So it was baseline data to assess where are our students with regards to math, reading, and language arts. The other data set was the ninth graders' D and F grades. And the purpose of this report was to assess how our ninth graders are doing as they started their high school year all remote. Research has shown that how our ninth graders begin their school year in the high school level has implications for their graduation rate. The next set of data was around the usage of our Canvas. So Canvas is our learning management system. And so those data reveal how many of our students are engaging in their classes through Canvas. We also shared attendance data by subgroup and grade level. And the purpose of those reports was to understand which of our students are attending remotely and which are not. And last but not least, we shared data with regards to staff who have been identified as at risk, including requests for 100% remote. So that's an overview of the data that was provided to the board. Staff are ready to respond to any questions that you may have regarding any of these data sets.
I am not seeing any immediate questions. Ms. Smiley?
I'll ask one about attendance by subgroups. I'm curious how this compares to attendance by subgroups in a typical year. And I'm also curious, I know that initially in the first couple of weeks, there were some discrepancies in how attendance was recorded. So I'm wondering if this scrubs that away, and then how does it compare to a typical year?
Good evening, board, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Felder, and all in attendance.
Good evening, Ms. Vaught.
Good evening. I apologize. I am actually in transit. So I did hear the question from Ms. Smiley. We have been working very closely with our schools, monitoring attendance. And as recent as this past Thursday, we have gone in and further adjusted settings in PowerSchool to allow teachers to go back and make the necessary revisions to attendance. As we continue to move forward with this unique school year, we are learning more and more about the new features that the state has created in PowerSchool around remote instruction, and we are actually seeing more accurate data as we move from week to week. There was a question regarding how the current data compares to previous years. In the last 24 hours, the links that were shared through our board liaison and shared through the action items document, those links have been updated. They now display both 2020 month one and 2019 month one information. Our overall breakdown in terms of demographics continues to be the same in that our white, Black, and Hispanic subgroups are the largest, could make up the largest percentage of our student population. The overall pattern that is seen with all of the attendance and absence information, and even with our 9th grade D and F report, is that we have more data points as a result of remote instruction because there are fewer instances where parties are providing informal feedback or feedback outside of PowerSchool. So our numbers and our rates are higher, and you'll see that displayed across all of the reports. Ms. Smiley, I'm hoping that addresses your question, but feel free to ask additional questions if needed.
So just making sure that I understand what you just said, are you saying that for all subgroups, attendance is up this year versus last year?
Actually, the attendance rates are quite similar. The main difference is where we would have had perhaps 9,000 days of students marked present this year, with us all having to capture using PowerSchool, we might have 12,000 days captured. Just more entries. However, the breakdown by subgroups and by grade levels is quite similar in comparison to last fall.
That's helpful, thank you.
Other board members with questions? Ms. Doyle?
Hi, I don't know if this is also for Ms. Vaught. My understanding of looking at the 9th grade first quarter F&D grades, I think the spreadsheet we had only showed this year, but the summary statement actually indicated that it was similar for the start of 2019 and 2020 and 20 versus this year, 2021. It seems like our 9th graders are entering their first quarter grades are similar. So it sort of supports that remote learning is working from what I'm seeing for our 9th graders. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I arrived at the same or similar conclusion, or that conclusion. That document was also updated to provide a total count for the district as a whole instead of displaying each grade as a percentage of the entire district. So you now have a side-by-side comparison with the distribution of grades from A through F for 2019 displayed beside the distribution for 2020. And the majority of the grades fall into the category of A or F, with the remaining B, C, and D being anywhere from 10 to maybe 15% of the overall grade distribution. D's are not one of the higher categories. Our two highest are A's and F, both last fall and this fall. it is important to note that, again, with us being in remote instruction, you have every teacher providing a progress report or update through PowerSchool. And in previous school years or terms, that has not been the case. So that is a shift within itself. But overall, where those grades fall remains pretty consistent.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Atherton?
So based on the grades, even though they are the same, do we know if those grades are because things are not being turned in, or are they just based on the content not being understood? You know, like it's test and they weren't able to, you know, be successful on the test. Do we know the context if they're similar, but the reasonings have shifted? You know, the reason I'm bringing it up is that, you know, these students aren't able to engage, or they not able to attend the class, you know, or some of these challenges with remote access. Do we have any insight in those numbers?
No, sir. Unfortunately, I do not. The grades that were stored for last fall included a great deal of comments. That did not seem to be as consistent with Q1 for this fall 2020. I do know that a lot of what is displayed for Q1 for a quote unquote progress report hinders partly on how the teacher's grade book is set up. So there are some instances where the defaults are set to start out each student with a 100 and then build or take away from that quote average as a starting point. So I do not have a clear way of knowing beyond a one-line comment around the circumstances of how a student may have arrived at a specific grade.
Mr. Hunt, I've seen you pop up, so I wonder if you have something to add to this.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Again, I'm Matt Hunt, the principal of Orange High. It's a pleasure to be with everybody, and just want to give a shout out to our entire student body, our staff who've been working relentlessly and on this issue actually over the course of the last 6 weeks. I know for all of our ninth grade families and students, you know, we feel for you. I can't imagine what it's like to start at a new school and having never maybe even stepped in the building and walk into this situation and to learn the high school experience, the gravity of it, the fact that this is now going to be part of your long-term transcript, and it's you know, a foreign concept until you get there. I think that to your point, Mr. Atherton, we are in the process of going through. We have been, and we've got a number of administrators and teachers who have been making calls, have been doing home visits, have been trying to reach our ninth graders who are more disengaged. What you'll see is, and we have a spreadsheet, for instance, where our teachers are making calls often and documenting those calls and trying to work through specific issues, because for some it's a technology issue, for some it's maybe confusion with the work, for others maybe a motivation issue, challenge, and what our teachers do best is build relationships. We haven't had the opportunity to do that, you know, in person, and so that's been honestly probably a challenge, not just Orange County, but across the country. To answer your question, though, when we look at a lot of our ninth graders, we're seeing incompleted work. So if you go into, and again, we have to do a lot more digging and provide exact statistics. But you'll find that if a student is failing the course, you'll go in and maybe there's 10 grades, 5 of them may be grades between 70 and 100. But because of missing assignments, incomplete work, or not submitting things, then the grade is obviously dropping. So that's going to be a conversation that we have with our department chair team next week. we're seeing that across the board, especially with our ninth graders.
So if you don't mind me, Mr. Hunt, asking a follow-up question to that, do you know the % parents that are on PowerSchool? I know that if parents have access to internet and they've configured PowerSchool, it will automatically, when you choose, send, here's their current scores, here's their tardies, here's, you know, so the parents can see that in somewhat real time to know how they can participate as well. I know it's a great tool, but you know, you have to get over that first, how to set it up.
Sure. We've been talking about that a lot, especially in light of the fact that we had progress report time recently, right? And we're all accustomed. I'm a 7th grade parent, so I'm accustomed to getting that paper copy, and you know, that's how I've operated in the past. And everything has shifted at this point. Typically, what happens is, like I said before, there's individual student needs. So when a teacher calls, or when an administrator calls, or counselor calls, they'll make a note of, you know, whether or not the parent has access PowerSchool. I can't give you that stat. Unfortunately, I don't know. But we do encourage all of our families to go to our websites or call us at school, and we can walk you through how to access that.
Yeah, that's great. I really wasn't looking for statistics. I was just making sure part of that conversation with parents as we try to help the students is they know that they can be engaged and have access and see it in real time versus waiting for that report at the end. They can actually have a conversation about, hey, you know, how is this class going? AP, you know, chemistry or whichever.
Sure, absolutely. It's critically important, and we do encourage the families. You know, if anybody who's listening today, or spread the word, to please. You know, we do have 3 weeks left, and lots of, you know, we can make up this ground if students are struggling or not completing work, and you know, for those 9th graders in particular, this will be the first permanent thing on their transcript, and we want to help with that push.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks for elevating that, Mr. Hunt. Ms. Miley and then Ms. Hauser.
Thank you. Yeah, this is more of just a reflection point rather than a question, but I'm connecting this idea to the SEL survey, and you know, the share of students who said that, you know, lots and lots of our students feel there's an adult they can go to, right, in our schools. Fewer of them, many fewer of them, said they felt connected to an adult in the school. And I just think no matter, it reminded me of one of the listen and learns that Dr. Felder and her team held before all of this changed everything. And I was talking to a parent who had moved here recently to middle school from another school system, and just sort of expressed to me that he didn't feel like his child was really known by anybody yet. And I know that our teachers, that is what they do really well, is build relationships. And it's just so important. I think it was, it might have been New Hope last year in the school improvement plans, talked about how they looked at, they got a spreadsheet, or I'm going to botch what actually happened, but they looked at all of their students and they said, who is this kid really connected to in this school? Like really connected to. And if you do that with every kid, you can see where there are some kids who are really connected to several adults, and there are some kids that are like flying under the radar and are getting missed. And no matter what model or models we end up with in the future, I really think that this situation, more than any other, calls for us to say, like, every single kid, like, who knows them, who knows their family, and like who, and making sure that everybody has somebody that they feel connected to, that they really have that strong bond with. That the SEL information elevated for me that may be a gap, and that in this difficult time, like it may actually be for the 6th grader that it's their 5th grade teacher. Like there actually may be some across levels and across schools work to be done there. But I hope that as we move forward, we will just think really creatively and continue to do that work of making sure that every single kid and family is very known and very connected, because I think that's crucial to them succeeding in this kind of an environment.
So if I may, Ms. Smiley, we recognize that as well, and social workers and counselors and I have been discussing the leads, what we need to do to support staff and teachers in that. But I do want to just say how remote learning, especially when you think of the 6th grade, they're going to a whole new school where they've never been before. So this would be the time relationships, but with remote learning, it's very difficult to build with a teacher or a staff person in the building, as well as the 9th grader is difficult because it's a new school, a whole new environment, a new way of doing school. So we recognize that, and we are working with staff to see what can we put in place to try to build relationships, but remote learning does hinder that, unfortunately. But we are working on it, and we are looking at SEL lessons and activities that we can put in place to try to support that more.
That's great. I mean, I would just like draw up like the amazing examples from our schools too, which is probably something you're doing, but like, you know, my kid had a home visit from her teacher, and like we just sat out on the lawn and they talked for a while. Like, you know, there's great things. I know people are doing, teachers are doing a lot to figure out how to creatively do that. But
yeah, if I could just chime in, such a great point, Mrs. Miley. I just want to echo what Mr. Hunt said. It's not because there's a lack of teachers and staff trying to build those relationships. I think it speaks to what Ms. Cobb said. It's just difficult, you know, in the environment that we're in now. But they're certainly working hard, doing many of the things that you described, in order to stay connected and build those relationships with our students. But those transition years are difficult for all the reasons mentioned previously in this environment.
Ms. Doyle, did I see your hand raised?
I was thinking about, I know Mr. Hunt could speak to how this is happening at a school level, and my understanding from Dr. Keeling is that some of our subcommittees around community engagement are also trying to identify points where we're lacking contact with students and families. So is that another angle at district level, Dr. Felder? I don't know if Dr. Keeling's on this, where we're trying to also find those gaps in outreach.
I was just pausing to see if she is. Dr. Keeling. There she is.
Good evening. So I think that a lot of the work that we're getting ready to do is going to focus with our family liaisons and really zeroing in and identifying specific families and students that we need to reach, as opposed to just this broad net that we're casting called family engagement. Like really zeroing in, looking at the SEL data, we're able to identify specific students, and having the family liaisons work with principals and finding other ways to identify who are those families so that we can reach the students directly.
Thank you, Dr. Keeling. Ms. Hauser?
So I have a couple questions. One, to just build on what Dr. Keeling was just saying, in my conversations with people at the school level, and again, it's anecdotal, the schools feel in general they're doing much better at outreach, and the social workers are working with the teachers. If kids don't show up, they're going out and finding them. And so, and I don't know how that looks across all our schools, but you know, a couple of schools have said, we know exactly where every one of our students is. So I don't know what that means. Where it goes back to with the numbers that we're seeing, which were from the first month of school, how are the numbers trending? So the first, we're now in the second month of school, and if I believe what I'm hearing, the numbers should be getting better. And the third piece is, it might be anecdotal, but getting grades was, for at least some of our families, was a wake-up call, because it's been a long time since they've seen grades. And now it's like, oh, they mean it. We're back, school's back, and we're serious. So I don't know how any of these, we're not a point in time, it's moving. So here we are, at the end of September. How is it going? And is it improving? And how do we see that in some of this data?
So there could be other staff that want to chime in, but with regards to the SEL data, I just want us to stay focused on that. That's the student's perspective. So despite our best efforts, our students are saying they don't feel as connected. And so, I think this is a great place to get student voice. Like, what else can we do? What more can we do? Is there something we're missing? How can we better engage them so that they feel like they are building those relationships? So again, it's not due to a lack of effort. Staff are doing exactly as you said, Ms. Hauser. I mean, going above and beyond to reach out and to connect. But our students are saying, from their perspective, that they're still not feeling connected.
So when was this survey done? What was the date of it? The SEL, I just brought up the SEL survey.
It's pretty recent. I think August.
Like 2 weeks ago?
It was September. Oh my goodness, it went right out of my head. It was the second week in September. We started it. So September 14th. Thank you, Jason. September 14th was the start date, and it ended that Friday. And we had 1,113 elementary students, grades 3 through 5, that completed the survey, and 2,595 students, grades 6 through 12, that completed the survey.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board about these data? I'm not seeing any. So Dr. Felder, I'm going to turn to you for the next area.
Okay, thank you. Hold on 1 second. Next slide, please. All right, so as we shared last night, tonight we want to provide more clarity with regards to 100% remote learning, also known as Virtual Academy. And both Dr. Dawson and Dr. Gammon are going to lead this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. Good evening, Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, and the board. Last spring, at the end of last school year, when we started tackling the planning around COVID-19 for this fall, and with all the uncertainties, it was important to the district to offer our families the choice of 100% remote learning. This resulted in the Virtual Academy option at each school. Our initial intent and purpose, again, was to give families a choice and an option to attend this school year 100% remote. At that time, with the information we had and the cost constraints, we were only able to offer 1,000 seats, which would then be proportionally allocated to each school. With equity in mind, and to make sure all families had equitable access to this opportunity, the board approved funding for unlimited seats. This allowed any and all families the option for their children to attend 100% remotely, should they choose. It also provided all of our teachers access to the supplemental online curriculum and resources. The challenging part of all this was that still in this part of planning was the unknown number. We didn't know how many students would be interested in the remote opportunity, and we didn't know what our circumstances would be this fall. And without knowing how many students would be attending the Virtual Academy, it is difficult for schools to plan out the details. And throughout this journey from last spring to now, this is what we've learned. Our schools need the autonomy to work out their own plans based on the needs of their school and community. They know them best. For instance, one school may have over 50% of their students choosing to attend their virtual academy program, while another school only may have 10% of their students choosing the virtual academy program. Planning for these two schools will look very different. Sorry. Sorry, my slide. There we go. Thank you. So in that scenario, let's it be known how differently, right, that the schools will have to plan. And planning for these two schools will look very different. Sorry, just having some technical challenges. So those may be the differences that we know, but what we do know as far as what's remaining the same is that our students will have access to 100% remote learning. That hasn't changed. The fact that our families will have a choice, that hasn't changed. And what also hasn't changed is that through our 100% remote learning opportunity for our students, that there will still be elements of asynchronous and synchronous instruction. Also, that what hasn't changed is that our staff and our students will have access to the online supplemental resources, such as our curriculum, such as Study Island, Exact Path, as some of the resources. So the next steps that will be really important in order for the schools to finalize these plans is to understand and know how many and which of their students will be continuing to stay in 100% remote learning should the school board decide to transition to Plan B. And so, you know, it's been a journey and there have been some changes, but the core of what our virtual academy has been about from the very beginning has not changed. And to give us some more information about what the other choice that families have is our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Gammon, who will share that choice for us with a hybrid Plan B hybrid learning.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson. Good evening, Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, and the board. To echo Mr. Hunt and others who have spoken before me this evening, I'd like to second his shout out to our staff and students, as well as to our district leadership team, our families, and our school board, who are all working tirelessly to create the best educational experience possible during this really difficult time. Thank you certainly doesn't seem to do justice to capture the magnitude of the commitment that I'm seeing every day. And as we try to take these small steps forward, so I sincerely want to say thank you to everyone. Before going into examples of what a typical classroom structure could look like in a hybrid model, it is important to note that our schools, our administrators, our teachers, our support staff, our students, they're all going to be critical in helping shape what this hybrid experience can look like. We're fully aware that this is an evolving process. We have incredible human capital in each of our schools to provide ongoing feedback and to help us problem solve to best meet the needs of all of our stakeholders as we move forward. Several years ago, Orange County Schools adopted a one-to-one learning model, at which time students were provided a laptop or other tech devices such as an iPad in an attempt to level the playing field for all students and place a tool in their hands to access global learning experiences. And with this transition, the traditional classroom setting, as we may remember it from our time in school, began to evolve. Teachers were no longer expected to be the single vessel of knowledge in the classroom. The days of the teacher standing in front of the classroom and lecturing for long periods of time began to shift. Prior to COVID, teachers in Orange County Schools could be found teaching students from all points in their classroom, engaging in one-on-one and small group discussions, and empowering students to harness these technology tools to teach and support their peers. Today, we find ourselves at another juncture in this evolution where we will continue to utilize these tools and the creativity of our teachers to meet the needs of our learners both in person and remotely. Beyond our district, our district leadership team under Dr. Felder's leadership has been in communication with other school districts across the state who have been participating in Plan B since the beginning of the school year. We've learned a great deal from their successes as well as challenges that they faced. Our team is in the process of planning more virtual and or in-person trips to learn from our peers so we can establish those model classrooms here in OCS to learn from. So as we've been listening to our students, our families and staff, our goal is to provide as much consistency and stability as possible when we transition to Plan B for all students, whether they return to in-person instruction in our classrooms or continue to learn from home 100% remotely in the virtual academy. When we shift to Plan B, the instructional model will not change. All students will continue using their devices and the current technology platforms necessary for learning. The main difference that will be experienced will be that of our students who return to the classroom for in-person instruction. In addition to the safety protocols we will follow, students will have the opportunity to better establish personal in-person relationships. Ms. Smiley noted the critical importance of that just a few minutes ago, as well as participate in in-person small group instruction. Teachers will conduct their classes online, just like they do now with both synchronous and asynchronous instruction. The only differences are where the teachers are teaching from for the most part, and that a group of students will be attending in person. This allows for students to have the same teacher in Plan B as they did in Plan C whenever possible. This also continues to provide opportunities for students to receive personalized services such as AIG, EC, and ESL support. Teachers will continue to use their professional judgment in determining the best instructional strategies for their students. And so as you look at this slide, for example, when we're referencing the slide of what a typical lesson could potentially look like in a hybrid model, as you notice student A is in person with the teacher physically in the classroom. Student B is remote. It could be that they are on B week, or it could be that they are 100% remote as part of more of a virtual academy experience. Class could begin with a mini lesson led by the teacher that both student A and student B can view live at the same time, either from the classroom or from their remote location. A teacher may project themselves teaching or have a digital slide projected much like they do now, and they are teaching their mini lesson in the same manner that they are doing now remotely. All students will be able to see from their laptop screens simultaneously, whether in the classroom or remote. Students in the classroom will also be able to view the flat screen panel on the wall. This is critically important as it will enable all students to continue working at the same pace and to receive direct instruction from their teacher. After this mini lesson of sorts, both student A, which is in the classroom, and student B, who may be learning remotely, will be released to work independently. Student A can put questions in the chat box, or they can ask their teacher in person. Student B can also place questions in the chat box and still receive responses from their teacher. There are different ways to get at this that stem beyond the teacher. So for example, students may be assigned as the chat moderator for the class, and they can help field questions from their peers and organize this information to assist teachers to be able to more efficiently respond to students, whether they're in person or they're working remotely. In addition to this independent work, student A may work in a small group with their teacher face-to-face, or enter into a digital breakout room, much like they're doing now, with other students in the classroom who are either in the room with them or are learning remotely. Student B will also be able to enter those digital breakout rooms as well and receive that small group support, whether it's from peers or their teacher. Teachers currently pause independent work during this kind of Plan C remote setting, and they bring students back together on camera to offer a tip to expand their work or to provide solutions to common questions that are posed. This can be done live by the teacher in the classroom, or it can be done by having students watch a clip, but we would still want to keep that same process going. So to close, all students will be able to participate in the share session at the end of a class in which they submit an exit ticket or they digitally share work samples with their teacher. And all students, whether in person or remote, would then continue to work asynchronously on their homework. So as I noted before, students and teachers in grades 4 through 12 are familiar with using laptops for instruction in the classroom, as Orange County Schools has functioned as a one-to-one device school district for several years. Shifting back into the classroom in this manner will provide a sense of normalcy and begin to establish routines, health, safety, instructional for students and teachers. We are mindful, though, that our K-3 students are new to this process. and we acknowledge the need for professional development and support. Additionally, a slow transition to Plan B while preserving the current instructional model could afford teachers more time and professional development as they acclimate back to the classroom setting and to blended instruction. And so before I transition back to Dr. Dawson, I do wish to reiterate that this is just one example of the hybrid instructional model, and adjustments will be made school to school based on need. As Dr. Dawson mentioned earlier, the amount of students who participate in person or fully remote will help determine a lot of that need. And we are also fully aware through our current remote learning experience in Plan C that our teachers will continue to grow at their own pace and with ample support as they adjust to this new way of instructing. So I am going to now throw it back to Dr. Dawson to provide more information around asynchronous Fridays, and I believe then we'll take some questions after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ann. And Joe, if you could please proceed to the next slide. So classes will continue to take place for all students Monday through Friday. And just like in Plan C, Fridays will continue to be asynchronous days for all of our students. So these are our asynchronous Fridays. And our school teams will have the opportunity to create customized plans for their Fridays. And this may include additional small group sessions with their students, office hours, or small SEL check-ins with the students, individual planning for teachers, PLC collaboration within and across schools, and PD that's facilitated by school or the district. And again, school teams, they know their needs best. And so this will allow them to tailor their plans according to what they need. But once a quarter, teachers, will have the opportunity to attend district-led professional development on Friday afternoons as well, as there will be some common professional training that we may want to make available for all of our schools. So again, Monday through Friday will continue as school days for all of our students. And on Fridays, it will be asynchronous days for all of our students, allowing our teachers some time for their own continued growth and collaboration within their schools and across the district. So with that, if there are any questions.
So I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is going to be a big conversation piece. I saw Miss Smiley's hand first, so I'm going to let you start us off.
Great. Well, first, I just want to say it sounds like this, I like this adaptation of the schools having more sort of control over that Friday time in terms of what they need, and especially this PLC collaboration within and across schools, because one of the things that I mean, there are many flowers blooming across the district right now in terms of how schools and teachers are handling all aspects of this, and a lot of really great things happening. And I am eager for us to be learning from each other what those practices are that are working best. So glad to see that. The question I have about is about virtual academy. So it said asynchronous and synchronous. What I would like to understand, and it may be different at different grade levels, but so a parent whose child is in virtual academy and stays virtual, will they have a teacher who is also virtual? So will it be very similar to what we have right now in terms of sort of schedule and teacher and all of that, or will it be something different? Like, will they be similar to that remote student in the hybrid model?
So one thing that is very important, and the principals understand is very important, is the relationship. Right? The relationships that our teachers have already built with our students and the students have built with their classmates and with their teacher. And again, this is, going to be very school-based. The schools will work to keep their teachers and their students the same as much as possible. And that is the aim, because they know the value of that relationship. But again, it depends on, finding out which of our students want remote and how many, and then, our staff, and as far as, our staff that will be returning, and if there are any teachers that will need ADA accommodations that will also need to work remotely. So our aim is to keep the students and the teachers together. And if you're following the model that Dr. Gammon shared, it will allow that to happen because the teacher will have the opportunity to teach students who are in person and remote at the same time. So if the school transitions and keeps that instructional model as same as Plan C, except now having the opportunity to have a group of students in front of them in class, that will allow the structure the way it is now to continue. But again, there could be, according to the number of students that are selecting to be remote, where schools may have to think differently. They may have to have a teacher that is already, going to be that virtual teacher for all of the students in the virtual class, because that class may all choose to be 100% remote. And in which case the schools may strategize and say, you know what, while that teacher teaches strictly all the kids that are remote from that teacher's class, there may be opportunities where that teacher could push in and support other teachers who have students in person and remote as well. So this is where that autonomy for the schools to be able to create plans that best fit their needs according to their students and their staff. That's where we feel it's very important that they have the autonomy to do that in the best interest of their students and their community.
And if I could just chime in here too. So I think it was Dr. Gammon mentioned earlier that we certainly have reached out to a number of school districts that are currently in Plan B, school districts that are considering going to Plan A, school districts that are just getting ready to shift to Plan B. And, as expected, it wasn't a surprise. Everyone's getting at it differently. But what we're hearing is that, again, when you do have unlimited, it could be, 50% of the students at one school, as in the example that Dr. Dawson shared, who want 100% remote, and maybe 20% in another school. It depends on the staffing. It depends on just lots of variables versus you get a certain number. Each school has a certain number. And, but with regards to, well, I don't want to be redundant, but we are also finding out the different ways. So in some cases, it is where one teacher is 100%, is strictly virtual. Other teachers are 100% focused on just the hybrid. Sometimes it's the hybrid and the students who are working remotely 100%. And so there are lots of ways to get at it. A lot, again, will depend on, number one, trying to maintain those relationships. Number two, how many students at each school are opting for 100% remote learning, staffing. And so just giving schools, one of the reoccurring things we heard was just giving the schools the autonomy to work and develop a plan for their school. The good news is too in here is that every school has access to the blended curriculum and all of the instructional supplemental resources that go along with it. And so teachers have the option of using those materials. They have the option of using the materials that have been blended and blending materials that have not been curriculum that has not been blended district-wide yet. So we've equipped teachers with a number of tools in order to get at that. And again, it's not easy in any of those scenarios. It's a big adjustment. And so our goal will be to support them and provide the professional development to do that.
So I just want to, I have a few reactions that I want to share. And I want to start by just saying that I understand how hard everyone is working. I'm so grateful for the district level staff. I'm grateful for our principals. I'm grateful for our teachers, our other staff members. I know everyone is like at capacity. And I hesitate to sound too critical because I am coming from a place of gratitude for everyone's hard work. And I just have some reactions. The first one is when, with Virtual Academy, it was my understanding when families signed up for that there would be consistency for their students throughout the year. And it feels like now we're learning that classes aren't actually grouped that way, or maybe some are. I'm a little unclear on how they're grouped, but it's definitely not fully separated. So it means that, my child's class, for example, may not be a fully virtual class. So if we were to move into Plan B, for example, that there would be 3 cohorts with those 20 students. There'd be the cohort A for in-person, cohort B for in-person, and the Virtual Academy students. So that already trifurcates the responsibilities of our teachers to manage 3 separate groups, how they're learning, what they're up to speed with, who's been absent, who's where. And I'm just really worried about our teachers with that. Like, everyone is exhausted, and that just feels like a huge shift in the middle of a semester. So that's one thing. The other thing is that, inconsistency, especially for our youngest learners, feels really concerning to me. And it feels concerning to me that the Virtual Academy, which is going to be basically half of our students, that's a rough estimate, I don't know that that's the exact percentage, are never going to have their teachers for most of their meetings. Like, I'm looking at you all right now, they're going to be getting this asynchronous work. Well, I will tell you that my 7-year-old and my 10-year-old don't learn as much on Fridays, and their teachers are rock stars. They are going above and beyond, sending messages, emails, calling, showing up on my doorstep. Books are coming, and I promise this isn't because I'm a board member. This is because these teachers are committed. And I worry that if my kids are in Virtual Academy, for example, they're not getting that one-on-one FaceTime with an adult who cares about them. And they may have moments throughout some days, but I feel like their education is compromised. And this isn't about my kids, this is about the fact it's half the district. And then I worry about the other students who, yes, it's wonderful to be in buildings, and we know that we want our kids back in buildings. But if our teachers haven't bought into this and our teachers aren't on board, our students are going to suffer. And I can't make decisions if our staff hasn't bought into what's happening. And I'm just going to put out there that I'm not convinced that there's widespread buy-in to this plan. So I'm worried. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and I'm going to open the floor for someone else. Mr. Atherton?
So I will share similar thoughts to Ms. McKenzie on this, that, I went back and looked in my notes from the meeting when we discussed this, and there were terms used like district teachers to ensure the consistency of the students and making sure they weren't changing. And I've talked to many teachers as well that having 3 different cohorts means 3 different planning and trying to do inclusion. And I'm fairly confident that, K through 2 are not going to have students typing in the chat for questions, just as an example. I am not on board with the plan of having 3 cohorts at all. And many of the teachers I've talked to have expressed that as well. I mean, they are at, maximum capacity, and now they've got to figure out how to distribute their time. It looks great on paper, but I just don't think it's realistic, given all the challenges. I mean, to the point, if we need to look at how we do this with staff or others, I think the board needs to have a discussion on what Virtual Academy is and how to support these families, because in our chart, we even said, hey, if we go to Plan B, you're just going to keep going. You're not going to worry about changes or anything. You're just going to keep going, and it's going to be great. But hearing this, I have grave concerns about how this will affect the learning environment. This is not specific to the teachers. It's a lot to ask. Also on the virtual academy, it's becoming more evident from feedback from teachers, families about, a wellness day beyond the Fridays, and making sure that they have the flexibility to pick when that occurs, and making sure, strain on the eyes, getting some disconnect, mentioning the breakout rooms, it's been a fantastic, voyage going from completely in person to remote, and making this virtual academy what we had set out to be, discussing reader egg and math seeds and what all comes with that, and all the structure around it. So I just think it's unrealistic to have the 3 cohorts in there. And also the hybrid B with the A and B, how does that work in high school? Have we talked to all of the teachers, and does this really work in a high school with the alternating days, or do they need some other model that works better for the high school? So the other concern I have is, do we need different models for supporting the teachers and students in the different grades? But I'll stop there. I'm a little frustrated with the hybrid and the virtual academy.
And Ms. McKenzie, if I may step in here for a moment, just to respond to a couple of the concerns that came in. I do want to share, and if this wasn't clear, let me reiterate that at the beginning of the year, when our schools were doing their master schedules and grouping our students and assigning them to their cohorts and their teachers, especially in our elementary and middle, and even in high school, the way that the principals did that, knowing that at some point, the reality of transitioning to Plan B was going to happen at some point. The way that the principals created the cohorts of classes was in that moment, based upon the responses that came in on the July 28th survey, where we were asking the families if they were interested in choosing virtual or the hybrid. Based upon those numbers and those students, the principals did create cohorts in an effort to try to keep those students and those teachers together. So the way that our classes are structured right now, and right now we're all remote. So we're all in virtual, 100% remote. So if I'm a teacher, I might, for instance, at a school, if there were 45 students that chose virtual, say in the same grade, then that meant that there was enough for a cohort that one teacher could teach a complete group of virtual academy students, say 30 students. Then we have 15 students that would not make another complete class. But what would happen is that the remainder of that 15 to make that 30 in that class would be our hybrid students. So as much as possible, what the principals did was to group the kids that they were virtual academy students and hybrid students. But because the numbers weren't even, yes, there are classes that is a mix of our virtual academy students and our hybrid students at that time that they chose. Why in this moment we're not able to say absolutely that that is going to stay the same is because we don't know yet if the students who selected virtual before school started is going to be the same as those who are going to choose right now. And that's where that uncertainty and that challenge is for schools, is yes, they did plan that when we transition to Plan B, that virtual academy students would be together and be with their teacher. But if those students change and parents, because they did have the option to choose another choice, right? So if those students and those numbers change, that is why we're saying we can't say right now in this moment that everything is going to stay the same. We're waiting to see what will that look like. Will it be the same students? Will there be more students? Will there be less students? And based upon that, they will have to tweak, not totally redo, tweak the classes that they currently have, because they did plan for this the way that you are envisioning. That is true, and that hasn't changed. So
can I just want to understand something. If that's true, and at the elementary level we're going to tweak classes, then the elementary schools would never have that model with 3 cohorts where their elementary school teachers would be teaching in a classroom and that would be broadcast to the asynchronous learners.
So the different possibilities are this. In an elementary school, there is the possibility that I may teach all 100% of my students in my class. They may be remote students. And that is the way it was scheduled at the beginning of the year. So if those students stay the same and they don't change what they chose, there is that possibility. But we also know that our numbers weren't even. So there was another teacher, my teacher next door, that had some virtual academy students and some students who knew that they selected hybrid. So if those choices don't change, then that's where I'm going to be the teacher that says, you know what, I have a mix of students. So here's what will change as we transition back to Plan B. I right now am teaching 100% remote. The way I teach, the way I plan my lessons will not change. The only thing, 2 things that changes is this. Instead of me teaching from my office setup at home, and I'm okay to return back to school, now I physically will teach from my class. And that when I'm teaching out to my class, same thing, I'm just the way I'm here on the computer, all my lessons, that doesn't change. The only thing that changes is that now in front of me, I have cohort of students in front of me. So just like Dr. Gammon was saying, one lesson planning, right? The way I present is one time, and my kids who are cohort B that are remote with the students that are 100% remote in the virtual academy, they're still here attending my class just like they've been all this time. And when I'm doing small group work, independent work, that is where the slight transition happens. I will tell my students, hey, this is the time we're going to do independent or small group work. Just like in Plan C, the teacher says, okay, you know what? Turn off your camera, you go and you do this in independent work, whatever that assignment is, or you're going to go in this small group and do what this task is. And I am going to then pull this group in this, breakout space, and I'm going to work with this small group. When we're done that, I'll pull everyone back. All of those practices stay the same, except that when I do my small group work, I will do the ones that are the students in front of me. And then when we're done that portion of the class, then that means that I pull the whole class back together. So this isn't teachers trying to do 3 separate lesson plans. It isn't trying to teach 3. And I'm going to ask Dr. Gammon if he wouldn't mind coming in and sharing scenario.
Okay, and I think that the questions have been fantastic. And what's really important this evening is recognizing that the questions that you're presenting are the very scenarios that teachers have presented to us in the surveys that we've provided them. Like, this is the feedback that we've received, that there is a lot of hesitation around the possibility of having to try to manage 3 different groups. Like, we're fully aware of that. So that's why we're taking an approach that's not asking for 3 different groups or multiple lesson plans. We're simply trying to shift what's happening now into the classroom, as Dr. Dawson noted. And so, for example, if I am a 100% remote student, I'm still continuing with the same instruction that I'm actually getting right now as a remote learner. It's just that my teacher is now presenting it to me from their classroom as opposed to their home. And I'm also in a situation now where I don't have to rely on being asynchronous as much, which has been noted tonight may not always be the most effective at times. I think it's effective at different points. It gives us an opportunity to keep all students on the same pace together, but you just may have some kids that are physically in the room getting that instruction, still using the same tech tools that we're using when it's fully remote. And so I think that our mind that we all have to kind of wrap around is that this isn't 3 different groups or 3 different plans. It's really 2 groups. You have a group that's sitting in front of you, and you have another group that's remote, whether they're on B week or they're 100% remote. We're all still getting the same thing, and we're not requiring teachers to plan 3 different lessons. I think that's a huge caveat for us. And I see there's another question.
So Miss Stevens, and then Miss Hauser, and then Miss Smiley. We have a queue.
Okay, thank you. So, we've gotten so many emails and calls from teachers, and they're saying that they're anxious and they're scared because there's so many, as we're hearing about so much for them to do. And what comes to mind for me is help teachers put on their mask first. Mm-hmm. And we all know this is the proverbial airline analogy that takes on a new meaning, as our teachers who often go into education to take care of others before they take care of themselves. So I believe that we need opportunities for nurturing their own mental health and wellness, because I'm hearing that they're just so anxious. And ignoring teachers need these opportunities while asking them to do more, and we are asking them to do more, is going to compound the challenges that they're already facing. And that is concerning to me, as it is to the teachers that we're asking to do more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Hauser, Ms. Smiley, then Ms. Doyle.
I don't know if I have all my notes ready. I'm not going to read the text that I'm getting during this presentation, but suffices to say our parents don't believe any of this. And so I'm quite concerned. And I'll say 2 things, because my blood pressure is way up right now, so I'll just kind of leave it there. But we told our families that they would have a virtual academy as a standalone, and now we're telling them that virtual academy is the 3rd tier behind the hybrid class. So their kids never get in-class instruction. Their kids are going to be in the back of the room for the kids that are rotating out. We're also making it harder for our teachers. We say we value our teachers. We thank them for all their hard work. It is first beginning to settle down, and now we're not. And you just told us that they're having a problem with their teacher connection, and we're now putting their teacher in 3 separate. And I realize the curriculum may be the same, but they have 3 different sets of students in 3 different sets of relationships with the teachers. So and I haven't heard one thing from any of this that says, here are the challenges we're going to face with this. I haven't heard one thing from the districts that certainly it's not perfect. It would make me feel a lot more confident if I heard something that said, these are the problems we're anticipating with it. So it doesn't make me feel like we really are concerned about the challenge that we're imposing on our schools when we change the environment this dramatically to our exhausted staff. So I'm going to calm down now, let somebody else speak.
Smiley, you're up.
I have a few questions. I'll share a thought first, which is I saw in the parent survey many parents requesting that whatever happens, that they keep the same teacher because of the relationships that their children have already built. I will also express as a parent, if my students stay in virtual academy, I would rather, I have to think more about this. I think I would rather have them switch classes and have a teacher who doesn't have a mask on and is fully devoted to virtual academy students rather than be reminded every day that there are students in a classroom that they are not going to. Like that's so, I think that there's something about potentially asking families about whether they would prefer to maintain that relationship or have a classroom that's more directly focused on virtual, and you may run into a problem where then the numbers don't work out. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to put that out there that relationships really matter, but also I'm not sure how my kids would handle that. So a question, I have a couple. One is, so like the high school schedule, for example, or I mean, really any of the schedules, would the schedule change for, I presume, everyone, if the idea is zooming in, like would the schedule change when we go to this model?
And you're noting just specifically for high school or just in general?
Well, I guess in general, would the schedules change? I've heard from a few high school parents who are really happy with this schedule. And I'm just thinking about that, and on any given day, 70% of our student body would be online, and that there are differences we know in what works and doesn't for like long amounts of Zoom. And so just curious what would happen to the schedules if we move into the Plan B.
So speaking from my perspective, I don't know that the schedule is going to change drastically. I think part of the purpose of trying to shift the Plan C model into the Plan B was to try to keep that level of consistency, because we do know that families are asking for that. Like they're wanting to have that same instruction. They're wanting to have a teacher that's still engaging with their student as opposed to it being fully asynchronous all of the time. I think that that's one of the key pieces. And I think each person here tonight has noted for us, and I think Ms. Hauser mentioned it a minute ago, there are significant challenges. Just like there have been significant challenges even in the remote learning space from the very beginning of the year, I think that we all have tried our best to acknowledge those as best we can. I do know that our teachers have expressed to us needing more time for professional development, that's more school-based, as was mentioned earlier, and I think that's why we're trying to make shifts with our asynchronous Fridays to give them that. And a part of that professional development, as Ms. Stevens noted, is that wellness time, because it's not so much that they are being taught as much as they're having time to process together where they're at and work collectively together and across schools to become more effective as a remote instructor currently, but then potentially a hybrid instructor down the line. So I think we are seeing those pieces come together. It's just going to be a very slow process. And I do think that it is really challenging. Another challenge, and I think that we can note tonight, is that, wrapping our minds around what the possibilities of what any of these situations can look like are extremely difficult for every school system in the country, because with each day, it's really a new experience. Plan C, it was very difficult to wrap our mind around what that remote learning experience is going to look like. And the positive that I'm hearing from this is that, yes, we have had a lot of like peaks and valleys, and we're very aware of that, but we're also having a lot of feedback from teachers now that are saying, we would prefer to continue in a model that we're finally starting to get some comfort in, as opposed to pivoting to something that's 100% different. And so I think that our thinking is, in a way to support that would be to ease into a Plan B by trying to keep those tenets of Plan C that they're starting to take those positive steps toward. It's just a way for us to hear that voice and try to make that happen in a Plan B. But I acknowledge it. I acknowledge that this is not perfect. Part of what we shared tonight and what I stated earlier was that this is just one example of a possibility, but a lot of this is going to go back to what schools are able to do, what choices are made by families, and feedback that was shared tonight as far as this potential schedule. This is something that other school districts are doing and are finding success with. And I think until we live it and can have some of those models to look to, for all of us, it's kind of that fear of the unknown. You know, we haven't really been able to live it yet, so we'll have to get to that space moving forward. So I hope that gets to the fact that we are hearing folks. We do know there are challenges. We do know this is not going to be perfect, and that's why we want it to be a very slow transition that's trying to keep those commonalities of what they're experiencing now, so that teachers don't feel like we're trying to drastically change to something different. And I hope that that's somewhat clear at this point in time as we move forward.
I appreciate that. And you're right, everyone is working through this, and it is all new territory, so thank you. I think my question is really, you know, if you think about the schedule for many schools right now has that hour-and-a-half block in the middle for lunch, like literally will this schedule stay the same, or would we go back to whatever a typical in-person schedule looks like?
I believe Dr. Felder may speak to, I know that we have some principals that I believe are going to speak potentially to some scheduling updates, but I don't want to speak for them or out of turn with that.
So what I can wait for that part. I'll just say I appreciate the effort to keep what is happening for the hybrid A, hybrid B, and remote, if they have to be part of that cohort, very, very similar, because as I said, on any day, 70% of our kids will be learning online. And so it has to be a we are learning online together, and I have some children in the room with me, and that allows me to do some additional things. Like if that's the reality of how many students are going to be remoting into instruction, like that, I can see that there's some potential, you know, promise there eventually.
Ms. Doyle and then Ms. Hauser.
Okay, thank you. I know we haven't gotten yet to the actual proposal. It does tie in, so it's hard to separate it out. I do want to say that September is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we've all been very aware. We've gotten a lot of emails as board members, hearing from parents who have felt stressed with virtual, and we spent a lot of time talking and strategizing and thinking about our parents, and I know the staff does as well. And recently, we just hear from numerous staff members and teachers who are feeling tremendous stress, which is why, as it was mentioned last night, only 60% would return under Plan B. That's just not a workable portion of our teachers. And I just have to say again that the teachers would be aware of 3 cohorts, and it's really not the same as a teacher today in their classroom. Like I'm talking to you at my desk. If I had to wear a mask and walk around the room, it's not the same experience. It's not a face-to-face experience. It's very different. If I'm trying to teach you, you know, a foreign language and I'm like this the whole time, I mean, it really interferes. I mean, I just don't think anybody really feels like it's the same. And I just think there are other ways. We heard back from our elementary teachers, the focus groups, and I really appreciate the staff that have put together focus groups of, I know we have the elementary, we've gotten feedback just now from them, and I know we haven't gotten our secondary feedback yet because I believe those focus groups are meeting this week. But again, it was just emphasized again, mental health of teachers. This is really important. We don't want to drive away our teachers by overburdening them. And the sense that they can't, you know, the teachers are going to be so in tune with their students' emotions. They can't have these fractured classes, the challenge of live streaming, the not really feeling able to give the same level of feedback to the different students. And one thing that is different from our, if we compare with other districts, we do have the semester set up in our high schools that other school districts that we're looking at might not have. And that really is jarring to students at the high school level to think about, you know, transitioning and the last 3 or 4 weeks of a course, having to be in a totally different environment. I just feel like I'm hearing again and again from students, parents, and teachers that they're just now in the groove, as Dr. Gama was mentioning, of the virtual. And so that the idea of building on and growing what we have that's working rather than changing, it feels too abrupt. And also to the public health piece from earlier in the evening, this doesn't feel like baby steps and proving baby steps and ramping up gradually. This feels a little too abrupt. Thank you.
Ms. Hauser, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. Thanks for that, Carrie and Ms. Doyle. That was spot on. Actually, all these comments are spot on, including the comments from Dr. Dawson and Dr. Gammon. You know, I want to reiterate, you know, Mr. Atherton earlier said, you know, we should be looking 70%, and Ms. Smiley, 70% of our students are online at any time. And what are we doing to improve our online learning process to make that work better? Including, we're hearing lots about too much screen time, not enough writing, not enough hands-on learning. So there's a question about what can we do to improve that? I think whatever, I'm hearing from this board, whatever we do, we need a plan that virtual academy students will be separate from our remote students. And it's going to be difficult to move anything forward from that. I haven't, and I think we also need it. I think this all looks different in elementary, middle, and high school. I'd like to hear what our teachers, if we gave our teachers an immediate, I mean, in the next week, opportunity to speak to their peers that are doing this in other schools, I'd be curious what they'd say and what they'd learn. Because in our world, it just doesn't seem like it's going to work. And there's a level of questions around just the hybrid environment where you have a group of kids that are remote and a group of kids that are in class, and that's all the teacher's class that they know. But then there's that, so I'm going to take the virtual away because I don't see any scenario that I can be supportive of that has virtual commingled with the remote. So, but it would be really helpful to get the teachers talking to some peers.
Yeah, if I may insert here. So thank you for all of the points that were raised. So I just want to reiterate that for some of our kids, it's not working. And we know that. We know for some of our EC students in separate settings, it's not working. We know for our pre-K students, our kindergarten students, our first grade students, and even our second grade students, it's a challenge. And it's not the teachers. It's not the kids, it is the environment. And so that is a challenge. And to your point, and it's all a challenge. It just is. It is a challenge through and through. But I can tell you that there are districts who have been, they're ahead of us, right? In terms of they have been where we're trying to go. And yes, it was challenging. Yes, there were adjustments. But they have gotten through those challenges much like we have. And the goal, as we shared earlier, is to allow for that collaboration because there are lessons to learn. There were pitfalls that they've had that we're learning from. There were successes that they've had that we are learning from as well. I shared with the board that I had an opportunity to visit one of those counties last week and see with my own eyes. It was hard for me to wrap my head around. I hear it, I've taught, but it's a different thing when you can see it. And so, yes, professional development will help. Yes, going slow to go fast will be of support. And we're certainly not saying there aren't any challenges. There's been challenges since March 16th. 7 months of challenge for everyone. And so totally get that. And folks our staff, our teachers, our principals, everyone, they are working as hard as they possibly can. But even with their best efforts, we have some students who are challenged despite our very best efforts. And so I just want to keep that also in the forefront, and also to say that we are willing to do whatever we need to do to support in this transition.
Ms. Smiley?
This may be a strange moment for this. I had a really micro question. Can I ask it? I appreciate, Dr. Felder, everything that you said. It is clearly working for some families and really not working for others. And I just appreciate the continued effort to make school work for everybody. Logistically, in the hybrid model, let's say a child is normally pulled for like small group reading support, English language learners, whomever. How would that work in this setting?
So I can tell you what I saw in the county I visited last week, because that was very important. According to the superintendent and principal that I spoke with, you know, teachers were like, get me back to small groups. And so they were able to do that in the in-person setting as well as what they're doing now. So there is small groups in the 100% remote model, but there's also small groups in the in-person. And one of the district I visited last week, they have like these bifolded screens that are plexiglass, and they're able to bring the students to a table for about 15 minutes. Masks, yes, the masks don't come off. And with these plexiglass, before, I'm not doing a good job of describing, but I did pick them up. The point of that was the superintendent said, look, if it falls on someone, it's not going to hurt them. It's some kind of corrugated board. But he gave me the information where we can purchase those. In the article, I think that you shared today, no, maybe it was Ms. Hauser shared, NC Ed, I believe. So there was an example there where you can see their small group instruction, and they didn't have the plexiglass, but the key was extend beyond 15 minutes. So there's small group instruction happening now in the 100% remote model, and that could happen in person as well.
Mm-hmm. I think, thank you. I meant something slightly different, which is, let's say there's a group of students in the second grade who are normally pulled for AIG, and normally they would go down to some other room. How will that work in this model?
So a couple of suggestions, and again, we're suggesting things because we have to work through this individually as schools, as they make decisions that are best for their students and the amount of students that may be clustered in those groups. I do know that there are certain possibilities, like we want to limit the amount of transition, obviously, from a safety standpoint. So it could be a situation where that teacher who supports those students maybe has designated days that they go to the classroom, but it also could be a situation where that teacher now, from a technology standpoint, is able, from a set location, able to pull those students to them through a session like they're doing now, where they're still able to work with their small group of students. And the beauty of that part is you can actually now pull kids that are across classes. You may have a set of AIG students that are clustered in multiple classes in a grade level that teacher could pull at the same time without having to physically remove them from a space. Or it could be ESL group of students, as you said. Those are just suggestions of ways that we could potentially get at it. But again, our teachers are going to ultimately be our best gauge on what's going to work well in those spaces.
Okay, that does seem complex. So for the kids who are like in person though, if there's instruction happening in the room and then they're on sort of a different Zoom with their class, that could be, I could imagine that being a little complex for the kids who are in person.
It could be, but I do know from my experience in the classroom teaching, like it's not uncommon to have multiple things going on at the same time. So you may have small group spaces in a room where you may have a group of students that are collaborating together. A teacher in an elementary setting may be pulling a group to a horseshoe table, and then you may have other students that are working on a project in a different space. And that's all, even pre-COVID, would have been happening in that same classroom space. So it's very similar, but now those students that go to that horseshoe table may be talking to that teacher either physically in the room or they may be in a different setting, but they're able to meet with them in that space together.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add, Mrs. Smiley, in the school I visited last week, I saw the TAs pushing in and working with small groups of students and actively shaped tables, while the classroom teacher was working with the rest of the class or certain students. So there's just a lot of different ways to get at it. And as I said, seeing it was just made all the difference. And I've read about it, I've imagined, but actually seeing it with my own eyes made a big difference. And so it's providing those opportunities for our teachers to engage with their colleagues who've gone before them on this path and having opportunities to learn from them. And we're working to make those opportunities available. And I'm encouraged. I mean, Chris shared a story. I'm going to put him on the spot. He shared a story with me today about a teacher who is beginning to see how that can happen. Chris, did you want to share a little bit about that? Don't reveal who it is, but.
Yeah, I do believe, I mean, we have teachers in the district already that are having a ton of success teaching remotely. And they're excited about the opportunity to be able to shift that into the classroom setting and being able to juggle that space. Now, one thing that Ms. Doyle mentioned earlier, and they've said it to me multiple times, if we could work on the masks, they've said like the mask is something that is a challenge right now. And that's something that they're still trying to process through as well. But they're in a space right now where they believe that they're able to effectively teach students that are in the room, but that they're able to continuously check in with students and create situations, especially at the secondary level, where kids can manage themselves in those small groups, and then the teacher can be constantly checking in. But there always has to be some type of deliverable or actionable thing that students are expected to do, so that there's a way to hold a level of accountability there if the teacher isn't physically looking at them face to face the entire time. And I think Dr. Felder mentioned it. The teachers that we do know are in a space where they feel very comfortable with that now. Those are the teachers that we would want to seek out to go and see these other districts, as Ms. Hauser mentioned earlier, because then that's where your model classroom can then start to take shape back in your building, so that other folks can then really start to see what it is, to kind of believe in the possibilities. So I do believe we have folks that can take us to that place, but it's going to be taking it back to our teachers and our building level leaders to get us there ultimately.
Mm-hmm. And if I can just say that there is a challenge with taking teachers to the school districts that are already in Plan B, and that is just like we will do, you have to limit visitors. And so we're looking at ways to do that virtually, and we believe we can. So we're just trying to work out schedules where they can have opportunity to take a virtual tour, to engage with their colleagues virtually. And I think that's just one of many things that we can do to help in the transition process.
Ms. Hauser?
So a couple of things. First, I just to support one of the things that Dr. Felder was talking about, I think that all of us are really concerned about these populations. And I will admit that I completely forgot my other question. So can you come back to me, please?
Sure. Ms. Moore, were you raising your hand?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
Oh, all right. Ms. Hauser, then Mr. Atherton.
So, sorry, I was wondering, I'm going to go back to the more fundamental and mundane. There is a general belief that there's more concern amidst the African American and Latinx communities about the disease. And if you remember, even Chapel Hill chose virtual because of fear of segregating their student population, because their children of color were choosing virtual and their white students were choosing remote. So I was curious, and I'm hearing that our children, at least that a lot of our children of color are choosing virtual. So I was just curious, do we know who wants to come back? And do we have any racial demographics or at-risk demographics for who wants to come back and who doesn't want to come back?
We do have that data, yes, as parents are completing the survey, we know which families, which students are selecting which option. So yes, we know by grade level, we know by school, we know by ethnicity. We have those data.
So is there a racial pattern?
I've not looked at the data yet in that way, but we will, yes. And actually, I think as we shared last night, there's still a number of families we've not heard from. So we're going to have to, the goal is to hear from everyone before we start. Well, we could take a preliminary look at the data, but yes, we can definitely do that. And I will say that was another consistent theme that I heard from that have gone before us, and for good reason. I certainly understand that as an African-American woman. This is a virus that certainly has had impact on the Black and Latinx communities to a greater degree. So I understand that, I do.
Are there other questions from the board, or shall we move to the next step? Oh, Mr. Atherton?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just wanted to, just acknowledge what Dr. Felder said earlier about it's not working for some students. And, I've heard teachers saying, what else can we do? How can we fix this? And, some of it is just electronic exhaustion, right? The child's just can't sit in front of the computer any longer, and our teachers have done a phenomenal job in engaging and checking, and this is not something they can fix. At least I don't believe they can. The other thing I was just going to comment on is, I think, the schools working this out at their level makes a lot of sense to me, because there's so many differences between grades. Because I had a teacher talk to me, about a kindergarten class where, we keep talking about these 3 cases of, and it should be the same, but, when you're in class, they've got to do class management. They've got a mask on. A student gets up to go to the bathroom. Somebody needs help. The student's getting up, but at the same time, you're trying to watch what's going on online. And, how do you hold a pencil or printed material in class that the students that are remote may not have, because you're physically doing something slightly different in the class? Or, hey, we're going to, are we sending materials home so those students could have it, but now the virtual academy couldn't? But anyway, and then, obviously the concern about just the equitableness of having, 2 grades where one is 100% virtual and the other is having this other experience. And I do think there is a lot of stress on families where students are seeing students in class and they're not getting that opportunity as well. And I think, most of the board feels that way. It sounds like that we've got to figure that out, but I believe the schools working on that and figuring it out at grade level will work these issues out, because it's going to be unique. But I just wanted to highlight again that it's not working is not a teacher issue. It's just something that's got to be addressed from, the families and the child, and putting them in a different environment. All kids are different. They learn differently.
Yeah.
Those are great points, Mr. Atherton. So are there any other immediate questions, or shall we move into the next section? I think we are ready. Dr. Felder?
Okay. So next slide, please. All right. So at this time, we will begin our discussion of the 3 Plan B proposals, A, B, and C, at the elementary, middle, and high school level. I want to note that each tier's plan was drafted in collaboration with the principals at each tier. I also want to note that as we move from option A to option C, there's more time between each group of students' return, and that each option reflects the return of the students with the greatest need, as we just discussed. Please note that the span between each group's return can be further revised to allow for even more time. So this first slide, as you requested to see the plans by tier, would be elementary. And as you note, there isn't a recommendation for option A. So the deck that we shared yesterday, that was in error. The elementary principals feel strongly that they don't need an option A in terms of a more condensed return. That's not something that they support, and we support them in that opinion. And so with regards to option B, as you can see, pre-K, again, the student groups that are the most challenged are prioritized. So pre-K and grades K to 2 and our EC separate settings begin returning on November 9th and 16th, with grades 3 to 5 returning on November 20th and December 7th. If we shift to option C, it also has pre-K grades through grade 2 and EC separate setting students returning November 9th and 16th. So that remains the same. But in this option, grades 3 to 5 wouldn't return until second semester. So, and that would be around or about January 25th, 26th. That represents traditional and year-round through February 1st. Next slide. Okay, and so these are the options A, B, and C that were identified at the middle school level. And so in option A, again, the prioritized groups are EC separate settings, and in option A would be 6 to 8 would all return November 9th and November 16th. As we shift to option B, there's more time between the returns. And so in option B, EC separate settings and 6th grade would be the only groups returning on November 9th and 16th. And then grade 7 and 8th on November 20th and December 7th. Once again, option C shows the greatest amount of distance between return. So, but what's the same would be as in option B and option B and option A, so option A and B, and that is, again, EC, our students who are in an EC separate setting, and our 6th grade students would return November 9th and 16th. So that remains consistent. But in this option, grades 7 and 8 would again return in second semester, January 25th and February 1st. Then if we can shift to the next tier, next and last tier, and that would be high school. And so thread, you see that at elementary, at the middle school level, and now at the high school level, a need to bring back our EC separate setting students, those who would want to return for some in-person instruction. What's different is that the timeline for them coming back is sooner. It's not a November timeline, it's an October 27th timeline. And then all other students would return in grades 9 to 12, November 9th through the 18th. When we shift and look at option B, again, it prioritizes EC separate setting students, still starting on October 27th, but it would only be 9th graders for all the reasons that were shared previously, returning on November 18th and the 20th, I'm sorry, the 30th. Nope, I'm sorry, November 9th and the 16th. And our grades 10 to 12 students on the November 30th and December 7th. And then in option C, again, it has the greatest a timeline between groups of students. However, what remains consistent across option A, B, and C for high school is returning our EC separate setting students on October 27th. It shows 9th grade only returning November 9th and November 16th. And then our students in grades 10th and 12th grade students returning second semester between January and February. This also takes into consideration CTE students, because there are some CTE classes that just cannot be done virtually, such as welding, sewing. Those are not possible in that way. There's also discussion about some of the arts. We're looking into purchasing it's called a Broadway Singers mask, created by Broadway singers, and saw that in one of the schools that I visited last week. And so that's something that we are going to invest in. And so these are the 3 proposals that we are recommending. I do have 3 principals, one from each tier, that were part of helping to develop these schedules on panel, should you have any questions around the rationale with regards to each of the options.
Thank you for these proposals, Dr. Felder. Ms. Hauser?
Sure, I'll just start the discussion. Thank you. I think for me, option C is feeling like a good starting conversation. I have a couple of questions about virtual, how this plays out virtual and remote. So, is there a way for us to look at this with virtual being completely separate? And then is there a way, and I feel differently about middle and high school, but in elementary school, can we do K-2 without alternating? So just bring back the grades in their entirety. And is that an option that we could look at? And I don't know, I guess I'd be interested in hearing from our principals how the alternating affects those the younger kids versus a consistent schedule.
Well, good evening. I'm so thankful to be here with you guys, and just want to say thank you so much to our school board for your efforts and time, questions. With regards to your specific question, Ms. Hauser, I think it's one thing just to make note of is that this is such an evolving process, and every time that we come together to meet, and we have different levels of information, and with that additional planning, the plan continues to take shape and evolve. And just to be quite honest, there's still a lot of data that we need to have at our fingertips to continue to make those preparations. The survey data from families, having access to that, and how that influences the decisions with regards to some of the previous conversations with regards to the virtual versus the hybrid experience, and how that factors in. So looking at the alternating weeks model, and thinking through, is it possible to bring back all K-2 students that have elected for a in-person approach? Some of what we talked about before, which would require, of course, having the data in front of us, would be also looking at the connection with the teacher that they currently have. And if we were considering bringing back K-2 students full-time, and looking at what those numbers would look like, it's very likely that students would have to be divided between classrooms, and that's for reasons of social distancing, but then also just because a high percentage of our staff and students will also be virtual, so there's just not the same number of staff available to teach students in those additional classrooms. at the same time. And so that the additional challenges are then also, is that a better learning environment than alternating? If you're in a situation where you're being taught by someone else than the teacher that you've already built a relationship with, whether that's a TA or a support staff, and then thinking through the process of, do we have enough staff for that? So there's just so much that would go into the planning and preparation for something like that, that it's not something that we've looked at this time.
Other board members? Thank you, Mr. Witter. I appreciate you being here with us.
Absolutely.
Ms. Smiley.
Do we have any flexibility from the state in terms of class size this year? I'm just trying to understand whether we have limitations in the, could we go up to 18 in some class instead of 17, that kind of thing?
So there is a range depending on each grade level for class size. And my understanding is the same as same calculation as in years past. For example, like last year, let's just say, for example, in kindergarten, the range would be 17 plus 3. So you'd have 20 students or less, ideally in each classroom. But the other factor to consider too is just the amount of space that we have available within our physical spaces and maintaining physical distancing.
Totally. Yes. I was just wondering, in some of this, trying to get virtual academy kids exclusively virtual academy, that kind of thing, does that, 21st kid trigger the need for an entire new classroom if we wanted to accomplish that, or does it not this year? It sounds like the state rules about class size still apply.
Yeah, they do, Mrs. Smiley. And there's been a lot of advocacy across the state to address that. But that's an area that the state just has not moved on. There's no budge there.
Ms. Doyle, then Mr. Atherton.
So I keep coming back to this idea that I know some other board members have also thought about, and also in our elementary feedback team thoughts, it was also mentioned in here as well. And partly because of the health back, and partly because of the concerns about teachers teaching to 2 different settings of kids, I keep thinking about the idea of having like supervised learning labs at each of the schools as an alternative. And this might vary at the different grade levels. Like, for example, it seems almost universal that the feedback we've gotten from high school parents, high school students, and high school teachers is that what's happening is largely working. And so if we were to think about our high schools and we had a supervised learning lab in each of our high schools, that could provide internet for the students who are having internet issues. It could also provide places where there's contact with staff or other adults for students who are feeling more disconnected. But it would enable students to be in the high school setting, but would still be virtual, so that the teachers would still be teaching to all the students they would be teaching would be virtual, even though there'd be students in the building. So I keep thinking about that changing our high school schedules before the end of the semester seems disruptive academically, but that would be a way to use building space to accommodate families who have that need for internet or other reasons, student connection reasons, but still keep that virtual platform consistent. And I keep thinking about that, and then thinking backwards to lower grades. Like, is there another point, like let's say 3rd grade, which is almost like our cutoff grade, are there families that need the childcare option, and the students would feel more confident being in a school setting and having supervised learning labs in their home elementary school that would be staffed by not by teachers, but by staff. But that in those settings, they'd be in a classroom possibly, or with other third graders possibly, and it would be the students whose parents need them to be in the building. But that in that setting, they would still be working virtually with the same teacher, so it wouldn't have that teacher disruption. How much thought has been given to that type of option?
So that's not an option that that I'm aware of that we've considered. I guess when I think about the supervised learning labs, I would just think about, would those children have access to a certified teacher in the environment if they're coming to on-site versus what our supervised learning labs are right now, and just that the students are receiving instruction remotely, but the adults who are with those students are not their teacher of record. They're not the teacher who is not a certified teacher. These are adults who are just supervising them while they are learning. So I do think we need to take that into consideration. And if we're going to pull teachers to do that, who's going to, it's like becoming a shell game a bit if we're going to have certified teachers leading these supervised learning labs. So we just wonder about that.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. And I don't know if they'd have to be supervised, certified teachers. Thank you.
Mr. Atherton?
Thank you. So one question I had was maybe for Mr. Witter on, do we know how many students with social distancing can be physically in a class? On average, are they all different, or?
Absolutely, yeah. So, golly, quite a few months ago, we walked through all elementary principals walked their buildings and made calculations within every single instructional space to figure out what would be the range of students that would be able to fit with 6 feet of social physical distancing in each space, and then also allow for movement within the classroom, have a space, a primary space for the teacher to be located in with physical distancing to teach, and then to have hopefully have enough space for an additional location within a classroom for the potential for small group instruction.
Do you have a number about what it is? Is it?
Oh, well, it just varies. So I can just give you, for example, in some of our classrooms, we have classrooms of various sizes. So you could go anywhere from 10 to a mobile unit that might fit closer to 16 with ease. So there's quite a range. And then if we're talking about, designated learning spaces, like for an EC classroom, a self-contained classroom, those numbers are much smaller.
So is it possible to look at just kindergarten, all kindergarten, and what that would look like if you just brought back that group? Would they?
Absolutely.
Would we still need additional rooms? Like, would we have to split that up and have double the rooms?
So the way you have to think about how, and I can just speak for Cameron Park, and it's most likely similar at other elementary schools, is so we have 5 kindergarten classrooms, and one of those classrooms is 100% virtual academy. 3 of them are currently 100% hybrid. Students, families that signed up for hybrid classrooms, and then 1 classroom is a combination of hybrid and virtual because we weren't able to fit all virtual academy students within one class. And then if we would have split it across 2 classes, then we would have been in a situation where our hybrid classrooms were too high. So looking at that, you'd be looking at having anywhere from 17 to 18 students as is right now in hybrid classes. So knowing that just right off the top, we can't have 18 students in it, and plus 18 students plus a teacher and a TA in a classroom with proper physical distancing. So you would need 2 spaces for 1 hybrid class if you were trying to have the entire class in 100% of the time.
Perhaps, and thank you, Tony, for that response. I wonder if Ms. Pitts can come on, because I think she can speak to, as Tony said, it's different at every school. But I know this is work that she's done in terms of considering the space at the various schools. So Ms. Pitts, can you please shed more light with regards to schools and space?
Yes, Dr. Felder. Good evening, everyone. And Mr. Witter is absolutely accurate. Building. It's going to depend on the size of the classroom, and it's also going to depend on the furniture which is in that space. Because when I pull up capacities for the different buildings, what we're seeing is absolutely what he said, numbers across the board. So if we look at Grady Brown with 4 classrooms before for kindergarten could have a capacity of, anywhere from 15 to 18 kids per space. If we're looking at their capacity based on the size, it may take those classrooms down to, approximately 12 to 14 kids per space. So it's going to vary throughout the entire district. I was at Gravelly Hill last week, and what we saw was based on the furniture available. So we had one classroom where with desks, we could fit approximately 14 students in the classroom. The next classroom had 4-foot-long tables, and we could fit approximately 9. So it's going to be based on, again, furniture and space throughout the district. And what you have to look at too is when we start looking at the younger ages. So Mr. Atherton, to answer your question, if we bring back kindergarten, someone like Mr. Witter may have 4 to 5 kindergarten spaces, and we could possibly bridge those spaces into first grade, but we couldn't take up any more classroom space than that because we're going to start to get out of the furniture, which is ergonomically correct for children that age. So there's a lot of different factors we have to take into place when we look at how we can expand those classrooms and what capacity for certain buildings would be.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hauser?
So I wondered if we could just, Ms. Pitts, don't go yet. I wondered if we could actually answer that question by school. I feel like there's 3 questions we need to answer for each school. One is how much capacity do we have by grade? The second is how much teaching capacity do we have? And the third is what do we need? How many students actually want to come back to school? And we're going back and forth to do you do alternating or not, but it probably depends on how the first 2 questions get answered. So is it possible to actually get a hard answer, and given all the other constraints like isolation rooms and supplies and movement through the building, but is it possible for us to get an answer that what kind of capacity do we have for pre-K, K-2, and EC?
So yes, we can get those numbers. Unfortunately, I have them broken out by buildings. I don't necessarily have them broken out by grades, but if you take someone like Mr. Witter, if we look at his kindergarten, he has 5 classrooms. Enrollment for that would be 95 students. If we take 6-foot capacity, Mr. Witter in those 5 classrooms could get approximately 60 students. And so that's how we have it broken out throughout the district. For his first grade, he has 6 classrooms. We have approximately 95 capacity for enrollment. We had 6-foot distance, we would be able to get 72. So we can provide those spreadsheets to you if that is of interest.
That would be great. And by school is better. And I think that for me, the step one is the capacity analysis and just for us, really the district to say where are the gaps. And once we understand where the gaps are, then we can start tweaking. But I think it would be really helpful because that's all. And I would add this other piece that I've been pushing, and that's if we got the teachers talking to their peers in other districts, would more teachers be interested in returning? So that's just another piece of it. But it seems to me for us to say what can we go forward with, we would need to kind of put those pieces together and see how it looks.
I believe, Mrs. House, I'm sorry, that you also mentioned that it would be helpful to know how many want to return for hybrid. That information, we can give you an update as we know that surveys continue to come in. So we provided that information last night, but we will continue to provide an update as we get those data.
Right. That students or teachers or both?
We could do both. In fact, Ms. Cunningham-Brown, can you speak to the process that we are using to determine, teachers are determined, or staff in general, really, whether or not they are need an accommodation or where we stand with regards to that?
Yes, good evening, board members. Superintendent Felder, just to answer a question with regards to our ADA process. We follow the federal ADA guidelines with regards to staff members who believe they have a disability complete a COVID ADA request. The COVID ADA request is certified by their medical provider attesting to their disability. And the staff member, along with their medical provider, identify reasonable accommodations up to and including extra PPE, teleworking, remote working, perhaps a plastic barrier at their desk. And so all of those different reasonable accommodations are listed. The staff member meets and member meets with HR and in consultation with the principal, we determine what is a reasonable accommodation. Thus far, since we've been in Plan C, we've had 57 employees who requested reasonable accommodations. We temporarily approved their request for reasonable accommodations since we were in Plan C. We have about 37 other employees that have requested other reasonable accommodations like enhanced PPE. And so, again, we met with those employees to determine the appropriateness of the extra PPE that's been requested and we consult with Sarah Pitts, our safety director, to determine if the request is appropriate. So as we talk about possibilities of transitioning to Plan B, then we would go back to those employees and revisit their request for reasonable accommodations and look at what the medical providers have identified as a disability to determine whether or not those 57 employees who requested remote, if we transition to Plan B, would they be approved to continue to work remotely? And so that would be the next step with regards to our teachers that have applied for ADA and reasonable accommodations.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham-Brown. Ms. Smiley?
Thank you for that. As of yesterday, I think that was 17% of our teachers that said that they would not be returning under Plan B. And that number may be updated. I've read through all the comments on both surveys, and some of the teachers who said no said, you know, I've requested an accommodation, this kind of thing. And some of them said, I take care of my mother and I cannot take this risk. I have an immunocompromised child and I cannot take this risk. Situations which wouldn't qualify them for remote working accommodations. And I don't see how we return to school if we lose even half of the number of teachers who said that they would leave. You know, I think we have to figure out ways to make forward movement and start getting back into our buildings, but that seems like a tremendous challenge, along with the fact that almost 60% of our teachers said that they were worried, whatever the phrasing was, they were scared to come back under this plan. So to me, that seems like a pretty significant challenge to any of these plans being successful.
Are there any other comments? I would like for us to start moving in the direction of figuring out whether one of these plans work for the board, and if not, where we go from there. Does anyone have any? Oh, Mr. Atherton?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking back at my notes from earlier in the meeting, and you know, advice from some of our external panels, and the first item that they said was small steps, right? Learn from what's working. And to Ms. Smiley's point of the teachers' availability and building up confidence, and a lot of the comments felt like people just didn't have confidence in our ability to have mask enforcement or safety protocols. And the other one was 4 weeks to ensure the changes, right? Make sure that you do this incremental step or group, and then you measure it, because some of the measurements was after 2 weeks, they found that they needed to make changes, and depending on how quickly they were, depended on how successful they were. But those were two items that really caught my eye from the perspective of some of the experts in this area.
Dr. Felder?
I just wanted to have some just closing statements before the board deliberates, if that's okay.
Absolutely, please.
Thank you. So I'd just like to close by saying that the plan, that our goal at Orange County Schools has always been a safe return to in-person instruction. Based on our health metrics and our educational priorities, I believe that now is the time to transition to Plan B, a hybrid of in-person and remote learning, and continue 100% remote learning option, also known as the virtual academy. Our proposed Plan B framework is based on lessons learned in our district and from others, and is informed by surveys, feedback, and other forms of engagement. We know that some of our most challenged students need to come back, and there are others who simply want to. And the science says we can. As educators, we know that there's no replacement for in-person learning. Student data is telling us that we're not fully meeting all of our students' needs. We are seeing some students fall behind. We cannot be complacent. Our proposal, based on science and health metrics, is that we move to alternating weeks of in-person learning. This model prioritizes students and staff safety and maximizes instructional time. It eases contact tracing and provides time for symptoms to develop between in-person interactions. Multiple options were examined, as we've shared previously, to provide safety, consistency, access to learning. To make this recommendation, I consulted with local health officials, including the Orange County Department of Health, the ABC Science Collaborative, and our own Director of Safety and Environmental Health. We consulted with many districts currently in Plan B or preparing to shift to Plan B, And we even have the success of our 2 supervised learning labs now serving approximately 45 students. In this model, as shared previously, students would be divided into 2 cohorts. They would attend school in person 1 week, Monday through Thursday, and learn remotely the alternating week. We believe we're moving smartly. This proposal impacts only students who have elected the hybrid blended learning model. Families electing to remain 100% remote can certainly do so. In summary, we will stagger students' return, and in the option C in particular, with the greatest degree of staggering, there's a prioritization beginning with our youngest students, our 6th graders and our 9th graders. A staggered re-entry provides for a smooth transition. It enhances our ability to prepare logistically and instructionally. It allows teachers and staff the time to teach students proper safety protocols and procedures. Our teachers and staff need time to prepare. They need to prepare their classrooms and plan instruction before we shift to Plan B, and they will have it. As we enter Plan B, all students will continue to engage in asynchronous learning on Fridays. We talked about that. We also talked about how I didn't mention, but I will now, that we are also looking into options because, again, we are hearing that for some staff, it's a matter of childcare. So how can we provide childcare support staff with their school-age children? And so just as staff need to prepare, our families and students need time to prepare. All students will participate in an orientation before returning to the school building. This will take place prior to instruction and will occur on site. And it will include a focus on the required 3 Ws. And we've heard about and we see from the schools that have gone before us how important those 3 Ws are: wearing a mask, washing hands frequently, and waiting 6 feet apart. We will enter in phases, and again, looking at option C provides the most gradual return. And so I would also just like to say that OCS is fortunate to have so many outstanding educators. One of the things we heard consistently tonight is just how amazing our staff are. I'm confident that if you ask any of them, they will tell you there's no substitute for in-person teaching. That knowledge, coupled with our continued goal of a safe return to in-person learning, if the board elects to remain in Plan C, and while some staff are already doing so, we are requesting then that all staff return to school within the next few weeks so we can start acclimating and adjusting to required safety protocols, participate in safety training, preparing and setting up learning spaces for the inevitable return to in-person learning, and be confident in their school's plan. In closing, I would just say that this pandemic and its impact continues to evolve. So we will continue to evolve with it. Evolving with a pandemic isn't an option, it's a challenge, but it's also a necessity. Our staff and families have been amazing. We are all dealing with many, many, many pressures. This is a complex and changing environment. We will likely need to continue to make shifts as a result of the evolving nature of the pandemic and address safety and health and learning goals along the way. So as a result, I would just ask that we all need grace, or remind us all, to get through a safe and healthy re-entry plan together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Felder. So board, how do we want to go about doing this? Do we want to talk about different options? Do we want to take an immediate vote? How do we want to start this? Ms. Doyle, then Ms. Hauser.
Well, thank you, Dr. Felder, for your charts and reminders. and our vision as one district. In my opinion, I feel like high school is the clearest cut. I feel differently with some of the elementary levels, but for me, I feel pretty strongly that the way our school is set up with semesters, starting to do the hybrid before the end of this first semester is just disruptive academically. So for me, the option C makes the most sense, at least for the high school setting. Again, hoping that we have supervised learning labs available for students who need it in the high school. I've heard from some teachers who would like options such as lab opportunities on Fridays, or if we have ag or CTE type needs on Fridays, so that there can be some sort of return with, and maybe it won't be Fridays, maybe it needs to be Wednesdays, but something to get some small groups back in the building on some sort of periodic schedule. But to me, it seems like it makes more sense to have our high school transition at the semester break. It allows teachers to finish a course and begin planning for the new semester. I don't know if Mr. Hunt has an opinion about the 9th grade cohort needing to come back earlier, or but that's my thought, and I think that's kind of the easier end. I think things get tricky with the younger grades, so I just wanted to open with that.
So I have a question. Do you guys want to vote based on middle school, high school, and elementary school separately, or do we want to try to vote them all together? Thoughts? We can just keep talking. I mean, we don't have to answer that now. I'm just thinking. Ms. Hauser, did you have a comment? Oh, can't you hear me?
Bonnie, there we go. All right. I actually, just to that point, I do think that the conversation or the vote for and the comments will be different for middle, high school, and elementary school. So I like the idea of taking them separately. I want to reiterate a comment that Mr. Atherton made, and that's our experts told us 4 weeks, between steps. If there's a way to put the elementary back up, but I also want to reinforce something that Ms. Smiley said, and that I'm really hesitant to ask our teachers to go back in the building before they feel safe to do so. So I'm committed to a process, whatever that looks like, to help move that. I'm interested in option C. I'm definitely interested in baby steps, because we've got to move this. And I'm so grateful, because honestly, I've seen different versions of this. And I know that Dr. Felder has been listening to a great deal of comments, because this is really evolving. So, man, I mean, it's really amazing. I'm kind of interested in option C in the first 2 parts, the November 9th, November 16th. And I'm interested in taking a slice at it without the alternating. So instead of splitting it by A and B, to split it by K1 and then 2 separately, and EC, or K1 and EC and 2 separately. So I'm just, that's the way I'm kind of interested in C for elementary. So I'll stop there.
So what I'm hearing, okay, Ms. Smiley, I'll let you go first.
I think my thoughts are a bit broader, not necessarily about one of these, so I'll just share them. I think I said this earlier, I think we can't wait for a vaccine to go back to school. That is very clear. I know that some of our staff would feel most comfortable if that were the case, but even given that the vaccine itself isn't going to be 100% effective, I think we have to figure out a way to get back into buildings safely. And I think that we have a way to do, like, I believe we can do that. I believe we can figure out ways to get back into the building safely. And I am very encouraged that our community health metrics are good and they're improving. And that needs to keep happening, but I feel good about that. I appreciate all of the careful thought that has gone into this plan. I am having a hard time imagining supporting it tonight because of a couple of different things. So I'll tell you what those couple of things are, but before I do that, I'll just say, I think there are ways to start getting back into buildings soon, and I want to do that, okay? But some of the challenges that I have with this, one is around concern about the teacher buy-in and belief in the plan and trust and all of that. You know, are we going to lose teachers and then not even be able to carry this out? And just the sort of general fear around it. I think a lot of the specific concerns, I believe that we can mitigate, and I believe we can get there, but right now the teachers are not there. So that's a couple things. Middle school and high school, my understanding is there wouldn't be cohorting really. And so you'd have a lot of, you know, a teacher would be exposed to many more kids, a kid would be exposed to many more kids. We also are learning just how much more infectious older children are. And so when you combine those things, that makes me more nervous about how carefully we bring those kids back into buildings. And I don't feel like, you know, I have concerns about our ventilation systems, and I have more questions about that. And that is another issue that I think can be resolved, but that I don't feel is adequately resolved for me yet. So, you know, I'm not ready to fully vote for this tonight, but there are a lot of things that I would support, like many things, because I think this is very much right that, you know, there are some kids this is working pretty well for, and there are kids that it is not working well for at all, and we have to take action on that, right? And so I would support at the early elementary level, or elementary school in general, maybe, we know we have teachers who feel comfortable going back. So I would feel comfortable starting to bring back some of those teachers who are coming back with some of the kids who are highest need, and bringing them back in person. I would support starting to do CTE classes and science labs in middle and high school. I would support sports and clubs, bringing smaller cohorts of middle school and high school students back for mentoring and counseling, and, you know, smaller groups of students that we could manage. Basically, other ideas for baby steps that are not the sort of core educational program, bring everybody back, but that are getting people back into the buildings. And I think the advantage of that in starting with more staff autonomy and choice and more student autonomy and choice is that, you know, by seeing how it works for your very own kindergarten colleague, you know, you start to understand how it's going to work, and you start to believe it and feel safer yourself in doing it. So that's personally how I'm seeing it. And I think regardless of the plan, we have to figure out how to make online work better for everybody, and who are the kids that this is not working for, and get really specific about how we're addressing those needs, and really sort of targeting our problem solving. That's my orientation and some of what's on my mind.
Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Carrie. Oh, I guess we're formal. Ms. Doyle, about the disruptive academically. I like the idea. I favor the idea of, you know, starting at the beginning of the year. The high schoolers, I think that's a cleaner cut. And I think, you know, I just heard, I know this is a difficult decision, but we need to provide guidance for staff. And, you know, that's why we have over 300 parents and a lot of community members on waiting to hear what we're going to do. So I believe we need to to make some sort of decision, because we told them we would vote on something tonight. And we need them to be able to believe what we say. I've shared with many of you that we're not doing any testing. There's no vaccine, and I'm very uncomfortable. I'm concerned about the safety of our teachers and not just teachers, our staff and the students. But I could live with pre-K and kindergartners and second, whatever, going into in the EC, going into our buildings. November or so, but that is about the extent of what I can support. Because I really believe we should do it next semester, but I know our pre-K students, it's more difficult for them. So if we could get them into the classroom safely, and if we have teachers there for them, then I would support that vote.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Hauser, are you raising your hand? No? Okay. You're on mute, so I don't know what you're saying. Okay. Any other thoughts? Mr. Atherton and then Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, so I agree that maybe we should treat these differently, specifically when we talk about high school. Moving them in the middle of their academic time may not make sense, but I still think we should allow the EC to come as soon as they can, right? And because that's not going to affect, in fact, that's going to improve it, because a grade of an A in sewing when you've actually never done it seems not so good to me. So I think us allowing the labs and EC students for high school now makes sense, and then at the beginning of the year, rolling that out so it's not as disruptive, there's time to plan, makes sense. And the elementary, I think, is going to be challenging, and I do not want to take huge steps on that because we will not have the teachers. I think we need to show the confidence in that we're going to have, compliance to mask, and we're going to follow strict policies on cleaning and how the schools work. I mean, there's some teachers that haven't even been able to get in the building yet because they're under construction. So I think we've got to get, that confidence in there. And also, I think as a last thing, I think the board needs to say what Virtual Academy will be tonight, because we have lots of parents that we've said, this is what it's going to be. I think the board needs to assert this is what it's going to be. And that way parents can take the survey and we get true numbers and expectation of what it's going to be. And we follow up with the financials to make sure we accommodate appropriately, whether that's moving students to district teachers or district staff.
Thank you, Mr. Atherton. Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, my comment was really about the virtual academy. I agree with what Mr. Atherton, that we have got to resolve that. And we need to make that clear. I also wanted to reinforce Ms. Smiley's points that we should also have a plan for how we're going to make online better, and possibly in addition to these structural pieces that we talk about, that are there groups that our principals have isolated that they'd like to bring back in addition. I'd be open to hearing that if that is.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. So I guess for me, bottom line is just there are so many uncertainties and concerns, I would say red flags I have, that I feel like my comfort level is going to be bringing students back more broadly after the holidays. In the next semester, could also support, like Ms. Smiley was talking about, bringing small cohorts back at every level, labs, CTE classes. I could support that, possibly some clubs, things like that at the middle school and high school level, as teachers are willing and as it would work at individual schools. You know, I'm struggling, you know, like I've never had a decision where I have lost, you know, weeks of sleep about what the right thing to do is. I know so many families are struggling, and I take it all so seriously. And I also just feel like we can't lose 20% of our workforce, and we can't put this level of change on our teachers right now. So, you know, for me personally, I would like to start rolling out in January, and looking at teachers who would volunteer. If there are teachers who are willing to be in the buildings before then, matching those teachers with our students who need to be there the most. And that would be my comfort level. So I guess with that, if someone wants to make a motion, I don't know if we want to vote on, I don't know how y'all want to do this, because it doesn't sound like you broadly support option C. Ms. Smiley.
Well, yeah, can I just say one more thing, which is I think, you know, and some of the things we're talking about, you know, we're throwing out different ideas that aren't in the proposal. And I just want to be clear, like, I believe that our teachers and our school administrators and staff, they know who this isn't working for the most. And I believe that together in schools, they can figure out what are those incremental steps. You know, if we're not doing this broad, but we do want to start going back into the building, how might they, you know, rethink their schedule, and so that we can provide transportation and that kind of thing, and do some of these things. So what I would hope, you know, if that is something that we start exploring more, is that at the building level, we really engage people in what that would look like to really best serve their students, because we're like 6 weeks in or whatever, and I know that our teachers and staff know our kids best.
Yeah. If I could just say a couple of things, I appreciate everything that has been shared, and I know this is a very difficult decision. A couple of thoughts. One around teachers volunteering. So if, you know, my concern about going that route is, again, it could throw off classes if we go that route, right? So we would be pulling teachers from classrooms to focus on the kids who, to provide instruction on a voluntary basis. I'm just concerned about what that would do for the students who are, or even the teachers who are not volunteering. What happens to those kids when we know that we can't change the class sizes, that those still remain fixed per the state? And I just wonder about, well, how and when will we ever get to comfort levels? And when, you know, I read the data and the feedback, it varies from, well, when there's a vaccine, well, that's a long way off. You know, it's just, so I worry about that. But I will say that one thing certainly I believe can help, and certainly something we've learned from other districts, is just getting staff back into the buildings. It's been 7 months. It would give us an opportunity to reacclimate, to get accustomed to the new safety protocols. It would give us an opportunity to have the safety trainings, to set up classrooms, get spaces ready. Some teachers are already doing that, but that would be something that I would strongly advocate for as a starting place, because I don't know when we'll ever all get comfortable enough. And at the same time, and I'm just going to keep saying it, we have children that are very, very challenged. And yes, we can try to build a better mousetrap, but it's not the mousetrap. It's not the teachers. That's not it. It's the children, and particularly the groups that have been identified and prioritized in each of these proposals at each tier. And I just ask you not to lose sight of that. And so if we've got to go back to the drawing board and based on your feedback, we can do that. If we need to push back a tad, we can do that as well. But these children only get one shot, and for too many of them, that shot is not a good one right now. And so that's what I'm losing sleep over.
Ms. Doyle.
To the point of teachers and staff getting back in the buildings, which would be a great way to begin this process. And I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I really in each of the buildings. And, you know, if we could start with, I feel like hiring staff like we do with after school, you know, like we have with our other supervised learning labs, having that option in each building, staff to return and have childcare. It just seems like a valuable investment and a way to start building up that potential for other families as well. So how difficult would that be to begin to have supervised learning labs in each building so that as teachers are coming back and have children of their own, that they would have options for childcare that then we could expand as we get ready to transition?
So I do know other districts have done that. They are allowing teachers to bring, again, their school-age children to school with them under certain circumstances, you know, of course, following the safety measures, staying in the classroom. And so there are districts that are doing that, as well as providing a level of childcare in the building. We did ask that on the survey, and if that's of interest, and I don't recall the exact number, but I don't think there was a high percentage of teachers, at least at this time, even saying that that was a challenge for them. But for those for whom it is, we certainly can do that if it works for the teacher. But again, so.
Thank you, Dr.
If I could, learning labs, I don't know that it'll make a difference if it's on site versus not. We do have two right now, and we know that there's still more capacity in those supervised learning labs. And so I don't know that that will make the difference.
Mr. Atherton and then Ms. Hauser. Sorry, I didn't know it was anyone.
That's okay. So I'm just going to start off. I'd like to make a motion to bring back CTE, labs, arts, clubs, and starting sports starting in October, and option C starting at the next semester for high school.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Atherton and a second from Ms. Hauser. Ms. Doyle, is there anybody want to say anything about that before the vote?
Well, you're supposed to call for discussion, if you would, because I have a question.
Ms. Dubison?
Just briefly, I didn't catch, did you include EC in that motion? The exceptional children's classrooms? I couldn't quite understand.
Well, I said option C starting in January, which would be EC starting in January.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, will you say that again? Maybe I didn't hear, Will.
Yeah, I think that we all need for you to go a little slower and tell us exactly what that question was.
Okay, so this is just high school. So
okay.
Okay.
So I am not just blanket, you know, I'm trying to break this out. So for high school, motion to bring back CTE, labs, arts, and clubs, and starting sports starting in October. And option C, start at the beginning of next semester in January. So start C, what we have listed here, starting in January, not interrupting the existing curriculum that high school has.
So, Mr. Atherton, you know, I guess I don't know how many CTE classes we have and everything that is involved with that. I feel like we're getting more information about how that would work and whether that, like, we'd be able to transport students. And I just feel a little like I would need more information personally.
Might I suggest perhaps Ms. Crimmins can have just a moment to speak? Ms. Crimmins?
And panelists, can you please mute if you're not speaking, just to make sure we don't have too much feedback? Ms. Crimmins, we can't hear you, Ms. Crimmins.
Okay. While she's coming, Will, did you say clubs?
Yeah, just maybe that clubs could meet after school, not like during normal.
Yeah, that's something else for the teachers. I got it.
So sorry, you know, I have. So I want to speak on two different things, and I'm going to start with moving back a little bit to bringing teachers back slowly. So very early on in this process, we've started working with Kelly Underwood, who's a licensed clinical social worker who worked with Pender County and Onslow County after the hurricanes. And she is really stressing the importance of slowly bringing teachers back into school, because we do have teachers who have not been in their classrooms since March, and that titration, that slow bringing back. So not using the words required, but allowing teachers to come in slowly, but setting a date. So by this time, you will be starting to teach from your classroom. You can set a date for that, but the important thing is that teachers get comfortable in the environment again. Slowly bringing back with the support of the circle process, restorative circles, titrating their comfort level back in at slowly under the guidance of Kelly Underwood. She has done wellness series, so some of you are familiar with her work. So that is in process. The other thing is that with our EC separate settings, my hope is that when you vote for the separate settings is that we can bring all levels back at once, because pushing out high school or middle school beyond Christmas break, that is so much learning lost for them. So I wanted to hit those 2 points. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crimmins.
Okay, so does anybody else want to comment before we continue with the vote? And I want to just make sure that I understand exactly what we're voting on again. So, Mr. Atherton, are you saying for the second 9 weeks, so like late October, we would bring in all levels of EC classes at the high school level? You're on mute.
Yes, so I'm saying the option C, doing that with the inclusion of the bringing back CTE, labs, arts, clubs, and the sports. You know, obviously the school to determine how to ramp that, but starting that process for the CTEs and others.
So you're saying 9th grade on November 9th also?
Yes. I'm open for discussion. This seems like the one where most people were more comfortable.
Ms. Smiley?
This is definitely a space where I am eager for schools to figure out ways to bring kids back to meet their needs, but I'm hesitant to, vote approval for this thing without actually knowing what those plans are. So understanding more about the detail of that, I think, is necessary for me I'm perfectly happy to say that's the direction I'd like us to go. But in terms of voting, like approval for that, that's not something I think I can support right now.
I completely agree. Ms. Doyle?
Some of what's been said a little bit, I'm supportive of EC coming back. And I'm supportive of exploring the lab and CTE and, ag or the types of hands-on classes. I think there are going to be challenges with having that done equitably and providing transportation. So I don't know exactly, are there going to be enrichment opportunities? If it's going to be, we're going to find ways to get every student there. I don't know yet what that would look like. I'm definitely open to that beginning. I am not in favor of the 9th grade cohort coming back in November unless I can be persuaded otherwise, because it still would be disrupting their semester. And so unless something different is planned for 9th grade that I'm unaware of, I think the actual core academics beginning should be in the start of the second semester.
I just had one thing I just wanted to put out with regards to CTE. And if you need to chime in, please do. But my understanding is that CTE can't come back alone, so as a standalone due to student schedules. So I know that that's being proposed, but it's not feasible. That's not something we're going to be able to do. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Felder. Mr. Hunt?
Sure, I could just add a little bit to that. Is I think a lot of that would be we've had a few teachers who have expressed interest in having a standalone labs perhaps on Fridays, or just hands-on experiences periodically where we could do that on a smaller scale. CTE also, obviously, there would be a challenge in bringing back all CTE classes because many of our students would just have one CTE class during the course of a day. So transportation and scheduling would be issues there, and then also many of the issues that are brought up by teacher concerns, those would still exist.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Is there any other discussion?
So just clarity from Ms. Doyle's concern. So what date are you comfortable with the 9th grade coming back?
Well, it just seems like, just like the other 10, 11, and 12, they have semester classes as well. And so they'd be splitting, the teacher across hybrid and virtual as well. And it just seems like for all of them, it'd be better if it was the start of the semester, is my opinion.
I think that's reasonable. I think that is reasonable because they've already started, the teachers have the materials, and now they would have to alter it, so.
And also some of our 9th graders are, our 9th and 10th grade classes aren't all separate. You have 9th graders and 10th grade classes and vice versa. So.
And mixed environments, yeah. So I am willing to modify the motion if Bonnie is willing to accept the modifications based on the feedback.
You could both just withdraw and make a new one.
Okay, so.
It would be easier.
Yes, I will withdraw to make a new one.
Okay, very good.
Bonnie?
That's fine with me.
Sure.
She withdrew.
All right, so motion to approve option C, lining up with the next semester and bringing back CTE and others based on the school's plan to allow it, right? So not all CTE, not all areas. And I think bringing the plan back to the board for final approval. Because I think we did have some concern on seeing the detail.
Ms. Dubison?
So I just want to make sure that we have that right. So essentially the motion as far as CTE and clubs is to give schools permission to do it instead of requiring them to do
Yeah.
it? Is that perhaps what you're trying
Yeah.
to say?
Yes, based on the feedback.
And then when you say option C lining up with the semester, does that mean 9th through 12th remain remote for this semester
Correct.
and then to return in the second semester?
Correct.
Okay.
And was EC a part of that motion, Mr. Atherton?
It is Plan C as written.
Okay, so EC separate settings to open in October.
No. Second semester.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's what I heard.
Okay.
The feeling was, is the full board feeling different about that?
Well, I know Ms. Crimmins, I mean, you heard her recommendation. I did want to note, and I think you may know this, but the EC separate classes are already much smaller. You know, they are by nature less than 12, some less than 8 students. So I know many other districts have gone ahead and brought them back because the complications are just less. There's not the transitions. It's a lot fewer students already.
Okay, and then I'm okay with including that now, unless there's a dispute from the board that has a concern with doing that, given the smaller number and the recommendation from staff.
I would be interested in Ms. Moore's commentary about EC.
Now, when you say now, what do you mean, Will?
October 27th, sorry.
Okay, all right.
October 27th.
Okay.
Good clarity.
Okay, well, we got to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to be clear because I think we need to, our parents and everybody continue to listen. Yeah. And we're saying we're bringing the 9 through 12 back at the beginning of this 2021.
Yes, second semester.
All right. And our EC October 27th, correct?
Correct. And CTE and others, they can slowly bring those back depending on what they feel is appropriate, not that they do everything back.
What is others?
Depending upon the readiness of the school, depending upon the readiness of the school.
Correct. So sorry, Hillary.
Right, we got it.
CTE labs, arts, clubs.
Okay, with bringing it back to the board for final approval, right?
Plan, correct.
Yes, on the plan. All right, so I've got a motion from Mr. Atherton. The second from Ms. Hauser. Ms. Doyle? Ms. Doyle, are you there? Can't see or hear you right now. Ms. Moore?
I just want to be clear because it's been so much. I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, anyway, October 27th, you're saying for EC separate to come back and all others to come back in January? Is that
correct? Second
is that what you're saying?
With the, yes, that's correct. But also the CTE labs, arts, clubs, and starting sports can gradually come back as the high school can accommodate, and they're going to bring back the full plan for us to approve with the details.
But to be clear, Dr. Felder said that was going to be nearly impossible schedules.
Exactly. We can't do it. So we're proposing something that cannot be done.
So I'm confused. Which part can't be done?
The CTE?
No. So the CTE was the schools determine which to bring back that they can accommodate. If there doesn't make sense, then we wouldn't do it. It's giving y'all the ability to do that. We're not dictating you must bring back CTE.
And by CTE, were you meaning like not necessarily that the whole class would be every day back, but that they could have those in person or hands-on meetings occasionally?
Yeah, the example could be the teacher can decide that they're going to have a lab on sewing or welding or something else. But if if it can't be accommodated, then that class would not be brought back. And it may be that it's on a Friday, it may be, giving the school the ability to make that determination, not us dictating they must.
So if I heard Mr. Hunt correctly, it's just not possible because the CTE students have other classes. And so to bring them back, whether it's a Friday or Wednesday, it can be challenging. I don't know if Mr. Hunt needs to speak to that again, but yeah, so that's my understanding.
So can we have Mr. Hunt comment on that? Because
we sure can.
I'm working on this team. I'm sorry, my video button is not cooperating. Okay, here we go. So I think that we've had, so for instance, we've had a few of our science teachers who have approached us about scheduling a science lab on a particular day, which I thought was a great idea. If they're willing to do that, we can do that safely, and obviously we'd have to keep the number small. One challenge is that not all students would maybe have the transportation to participate, but these teachers have gone above and beyond to say, we'll provide this hands-on experience in person, but then also give an opportunity for an uneducated to experience the learning in another way. So I think, Mr. Atherton, I think to your point, are you saying that with CTE, similar situation, if there's a program or a teacher who has an interest and willingness to provide something on a Friday or a weekend or something like that, then we can allow students on campus to participate, but it's not within the framework of a school day.
Exactly. Well, it could be. It's just giving you the ability to make that determination for those students. It's not a dictate.
Right, but it's an equity issue. It is an equity issue. Unless we can provide transportation and do all those things, it becomes an equity issue. And so I just share that as well.
Ms. Hauser?
Is it possible for us to look at these groups? Because sometimes, especially for a small group, we can provide the transportation. So it's not a traditional school day where they all show up and they all go home at the same time. But it's conceivable to me that we could provide some of these, open up the door for some of these labs and provide transportation if and as it's needed. So I'm really open to that.
Ms. Smiley?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to name where my head is at, which is it's starting to feel like we're getting into this micro defining of how schools should come back. And I don't think that's our role as a board. Like, I don't think we should be voting on this level of specific. So I'm not going to be able to support it, even if directionally I would like to find ways to bring students together on campus.
And well, I sort of agree with it, and I want to vote on, I want to get this moving, but I agree with Miss Smiley. Because I was concerned about saying, because we have clubs, and I thought, oh my, I know students would enjoy clubs, but that's another burden, another task for teachers when we're still trying to figure everything out. So I think I agree with you, Ms. Smiley, that we're getting a little specific. So I'd like your motions is October 27th, EC setting, and 9 through 12 will return in January, and that's, I could support that. But all the other specificity is just getting a little, it's what Sarah said. Ms. Smiley.
Mr. Atherton?
I guess my confusion is right there on this chart. It says select CTE students will return for learning opportunities. And we're being told that can't be done, but it's a recommendation for all options. So there's my confusion of why I'm reading right there at the bottom.
It's on the screen.
On the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at my other screen.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Select CTE students will return for learning opportunities. And all I'm saying is the school has the ability to go do that. So I'm not trying to overwrite something that was given to us. I'm trying to support it. And it seems like
I see that
message. So that's all I was getting at.
So I have a wondering, could we, and tell me if this captures what y'all are thinking. Could we say that the district is coming back in January? Like, we're opening, we know we're gonna have to take a leap of faith at some point. If the metrics continue to stay stable, we're gonna start rolling kids back in January because we've gotta take that leap if the metrics are still moving in the right direction or stable. And we will bring back our exceptional children sooner than that, like maybe November 9th, we start bringing back our exceptional children contained classrooms. And if schools, or if Dr. Felder wants to bring back a recommendation for particular learning opportunities on campus, like labs or CTE or clubs or whatever, we are very much open to approving those ideas as Dr. Felder and schools think that they are appropriate. Does that capture sort of what we're all talking about? Because that's what I'm hearing. Ms. Doyle?
I agree with you as far as, are you saying, I think, yes, district-wide, we're saying we want to be back in January, and then are we going to fine-tune younger grades, or are we still just focusing on high school?
I don't know. At this point, I feel, I mean, there's still a motion on the table, so this is contingent on Will with, you know, Mr. Atherton feeling comfortable withdrawing that. I'm just trying to see if that captures what we're talking about, because we're going way in the weeds and in 47 directions, and I'm just trying to rein us in here. Ms. Hauser and then Mr. Atherton.
I am only talking about high school. I have a very different views of the other levels, but in high school, and I just need to comment that I've heard from teachers and families that they want to bring these labs back, they want to bring the clubs back, they want to bring social opportunities for their kids back. And this, you know, we've said that these contacts, you know, if it's just an opportunity of allowing a teacher to have a contact with their kids, then we should do that. And I have to just point out, in the budget yesterday, one of the funds that's building is transportation. So we have the means to move people around. It just might not be the way we're used to doing it, but if people need transportation to get to their CTE class or get to their lab, I think that's certainly something, a need we can fill, but I'm just talking about this.
Yeah, I am too. And I guess before I do anything, I would just like to get clarity on that statement of select CTE students will return for learning opportunities, since that has become a big issue all of a sudden. I mean, all I was doing was supporting option C with that wording, I guess, if you will. So if we can
thank you, Mr. Atherton, for the opportunity to do that. I'm going to ask Mr. Hunt to come back on and provide some clarity around CTE at the high school level and what the challenges are.
Sure. I think, again, well, I can say this. I think that we have plans in place at the high school level for small opportunities. You know, I agree with Dr. Felder. We want to pull in as many students as we possibly can. I think we've even talked about how do we and I know this is probably a conversation for another time, but those students who are struggling, how can we pull them in on campus in small numbers so that we can, you know, help them either log on or get into classes, but it's something that we can as a school team do that doesn't involve our teachers necessarily. Our teachers can continue what they're doing. But we have plans in place for things like athletics, have plans in place for if a lab wants to, if we have a lab on campus at a particular time. And if certainly we try to reach out and involve every student that wants to participate. But again, the CTE piece would be something with a teacher-led initiative and something that would be outside of the typical school hours.
Okay, so you're saying that what's said here is fine.
Sure. I think I hesitate to speak for all of our teachers and their programs, but I think if there's a particular teacher that feels as though they can provide an opportunity that would be beneficial to students and could do it so that it doesn't involve class time, then that's what we could certainly look at.
Yeah, I mean, the motion isn't to force you to do it. It's to say, yes, we agree with this, giving them
Sure.
communities. So,
Okay.
but again, the most,
Mr. Hunt, I'm sorry for clarity. Are you saying, and I don't mean to, I just want to ensure that we're clear. So you're saying that it would have to be outside of the regular school time? And if teachers want to do that and students want to participate, is that what I'm hearing?
I think that would be ideal. I think I hesitate to speak in generalities here. I think that if there is a example, one example was welding, right? If so, for instance, if a welding teacher wanted to offer something outside of that, outside of the Monday to Thursday, and students could take advantage of that to supplement what's happening during the school day, I think that would be great, and we could do it. We could do that safely. Certainly with other parts of our ag program that we're proud of at Orange, there are families that are students that could help with the animals and horticulture, things like that. We could certainly figure out ways to safely do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Atherton and a second from Ms. Hauser. Ms. Smiley?
Is this a vote?
Yeah. I mean, there's a motion on the table, so we got to move it one way or the other.
Yep. Okay, so I want to get kids back on campus, but I can't support this because I have concerns about the ability to social distance and cohort in school.
Ms. Stevens? No. I'm gonna, Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
I'm gonna vote against it. Ms. Moore?
No.
Motion does not pass. So I'm not really sure where to go with this, y'all. Do we want to make, is there another motion?
No, I just have a question. So that means EC doesn't come back either.
correct.
Right?
Well,
High
not
school
with that
EC.
vote. I mean, we can entertain as many votes as possible.
Someone can certainly make a motion that only addresses EC, and perhaps that would be a simpler decision rather than making a multiple part motion. EC separate settings, I should say.
Ms. Doyle?
I move that EC separate settings comes back at the high school level, October 27th, and that 9th through 12th graders come back at the start of the second semester in January.
I have a motion from Ms. Doyle. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Stevens. Okay. Second. Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore?
I don't know, Mrs. McKenzie, because I'm just still concerned about a lot of things. One, I just want to advocate and make sure that all the PPE is in for that particular domain. I want to make sure that staff is supported 100% in that domain. And I don't know if they have some type of plan as related to their IEPs and COVID, or just general plans in place for staff and students, because we want to set them up for success. And it's important for them to go back in the classroom because of IEP goals and compliance, et cetera. But on the other side, I'm just still concerned about the possible health risk, since they don't have to wear, some students will not wear a mask, and it's not fair to try to force them into wearing one.
So I heard Dr. Benjamin say last night that our EC staff could wear masks and face shields. I don't know if that makes you feel any better, but I know that I feel confident that we will make sure that our EC staff have proper protection. I don't know that we can answer all questions right now, but there is a vote on the floor, so I'm gonna have to ask you to vote yes or no.
As long as those things are in place, I'll support it.
Okay, Ms. Smiley?
Did this vote, was this just for EC, or did this also include their grades returning in January?
It did include other grades returning in January.
I'm sorry, I have to vote now.
Okay. Actually, I didn't ask Ms. Stevens yet. I'm sorry, you made the second, but I didn't ask you for your vote.
Oh, yes.
And Ms. Doyle.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes for high school. EC will return for the second 9 weeks, and the rest of the students will start rolling out in January. Can I ask for a 2-minute recess, please? I'm sorry, but I have to walk away for a minute.
Come on. Where are you? Brody. Come on.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll wait till I see cameras come back on from the board and others.
I didn't go too far, Mrs. McKenzie.
I was hoping you would come back to us, Dr. Felder.
Oh, I ain't leaving. No, ma'am.
All right, I'm just gonna give 1 more minute and then we will move to middle school.
Miss McKenzie?
Yes.
When it's time, I can make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15
I'm not
or
sure.
10:30.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure that we have to do that because it's a special meeting. Ms. Dubison, do we have to do that?
No, I don't think you set an end time on this meeting.
Yeah.
We can go all night. Great.
Well, I was about to say, we'll just keep it going all night long. Just kidding. Okay, so I'm hoping we are all back at this point. So Ms. Doyle, you said that you've got the floor.
Okay.
Yep. Did you say you wanted to make a motion? Maybe I misheard you.
Oh, that was if we need to extend it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting loopy here.
It's okay.
Then I will open the floor for any discussion about middle school.
Discussion?
Or vote?
Yeah, could we get a motion like?
Make one, Ms. Stevens.
I know, I'm going to. It's like, I'd like for our middle schoolers to remain in the, where they are right now. I don't want to make any changes midstream. And they would return to school in January as well.
And what about our EC classrooms?
Same date as the others. What did Will say? October 27th.
Could we flip back to the middle school slide?
Yeah.
Excuse me? Okay.
I just asked if we could flip to that slide.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask if do we have a middle school principal on tonight?
We do. We have Dr. Rolak with us.
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Wilhock. Thank you for being here with us.
Absolutely.
So before I open for discussion, is there a second to this motion?
Well, I'll withdraw it.
Okay, well then we'll have a discussion. Ms. Doyle, since you asked, do you have questions for Dr. Wilhock?
Well, in general, nice to meet you, Dr. Rohak. In general, I agree with Ms. Stevens about starting at the start of the second semester, but I just had a question about sixth graders. And the main reason for starting second semester is, again, just the keeping consistency with the virtual piece, but I'm wondering if there's advantage from a perspective in sixth graders being introduced to the building first.
Yes, good evening again, everyone. In our conversation, so the middle school principals have worked together on the plan before you, and we've done a lot of discussion about what makes the most sense for our students. We have prioritized our sixth graders. As we heard before, they have not been in the building, many of them, and they are anxious to see the building and get to know it. And we would have orientation activities that we would do with our sixth graders. So there has been conversation among the middle school principals about bringing those students back first. That represented in option A. A little bit here that we would bring them in, I'm sorry, not in option A, in option C, where we would bring them in first and then very slowly bring back in our 7th and 8th graders.
Ms. Hauser, then Ms. Smiley.
Dr. Rolak, could you, there's a grave concern amongst the parents about the virtual academy and how, the belief is that there's two concerns. There's a concern of our teachers' ability to handle this kind of bifurcated classroom where some kids are online and some kids are in the classroom, but then the virtual academy is in the back of the room. That's how I like to describe it. So how did you all deal with that?
We have not fully dealt with that. We have definitely discussed it quite a bit with many of the points that you've heard tonight. One of the things that we've talked about as middle school principals is we need the numbers and the specifics. So not just the number of kids, but the specific kids who are going to be in virtual, 100% remote, and the kids who would be coming back into the building to make those exact plans. But we have made a number of, we just are calling them draft, like lots of drafts of what it could look like for a 30% or even a 40% group of students who might be remote. We've even started to break it down a little bit just in terms of, how many of these kids might be AIG. And as soon as we, start asking those types of questions, as you can imagine, it gets more and more challenging, but we are planning for that so that, whatever vote the vote is, and whenever we do move into Plan B, we will have some drafts that we can then go back to and start to build the actual plan from those drafts that we've already started.
So just a follow-up, is it possible for us to reverse this? Because it seems that the answers to those questions would help this board decide whether this makes sense. And, I don't know how long it would take to actually answer some of those questions about number of kids and number of teachers and all that.
Well, if I could add, Ms. Hauser, we are certainly collecting, as I said, the survey data, and there are some families we're going to have to reach out to get that information. But Dr. Rolak made a good point. That's a variable that that we need to know because of the implications it has for how it's going to look for each school. And so And again, it just depends on that. That's one of the variables that it depends on.
I guess there's some thinking that can we turn it into a constraint, not a variable that says VA Virtual Academy is going to be separate, and we realize that it might take more teachers and again, we're only looking at it potentially for one grade right now, but that we really need some clarity on that in order for us to make our families and our teachers feel comfortable.
May I ask a clarifying question? When you say it's going to take more teachers, are you saying that in terms of the district needing to hire additional teachers?
Possibly, I don't know. We haven't seen the numbers. We don't know what the counts look like. We don't know what the students look like. But if we're combining Virtual Academy with remote because we don't have enough teachers, then do we fix that by hiring more teachers? Or do something else, or not do it?
Well, so the combination again is where they are right now, right? So everyone is virtual, and using the same curriculum. So that would remain the same as in the examples that were shared earlier. How we get at that can look different. So for example, one district, you have strictly virtual and strictly hybrid, but because of how the numbers worked out, it worked out that way for them. In other cases, in some other districts, it is a teacher, again, much like we're describing here, and even, well, let me back up. So even in the model where you have a teacher who's designated 100% virtual and a teacher designated hybrid, even in some of those models, the virtual teacher is supporting, not only teaching virtual, but also supporting in the hybrid. When they're not working with their students virtually, they are assigned to support in those hybrid models. So my point is that there are lots of ways to get at it. No child would be left in the back of the room. They're not left in the back of the room now. They won't be left in the back of the room in any model. That's unacceptable. And I think what Dr. Rolick is saying, when we get the numbers, we can figure it out. And we will ensure that no child is left behind in the back of the room or anywhere else. We don't do that in Orange County. And we wouldn't do it in any model that we have. The schools can figure it out.
So you're saying that we won't have a situation where we have in a hybrid class with their in-school and their remote kids, and we won't have virtual kids in that same class.
That is one option, and it's working successfully in other districts. It can be. Everything is a challenge. So regardless of what we go to, it's going to be a challenge. We're going to hear that, and I think there's some who are concerned. Well, it looks like the teacher who may have 100% virtual has less of a load than the teacher who has just hybrid. So it depends. It depends on the school and the needs of the school and the community, the number of children, all of those things. But we can make those models work. They are working in a variety of ways in a lot of places, and we can do that as well. But I just want to be clear that we would not allow any student to be left in the back row.
Thank you, Dr. Feller and Dr. Rolick. Other board members? Ms. Smiley.
I'd just like to understand the extent to which cohorting and limiting contact to small numbers of students is possible in a middle school or not, or versus how much students changing classes, being exposed to lots of other students, and teachers being exposed to lots of groups of kids. My guess is that it looks more like high school than like elementary school, but I'm curious how that works. And then I guess my second question for Dr. Rolak is, knowing across the district, not just in your school, that many teachers are uncomfortable coming back right now, what do you have any sense of what it would take for them to feel more comfortable?
Yeah, so in response to the first question, the middle schools definitely did scheduling in different ways that fit their school. Gravely is a small school, and we're the only middle school that doesn't have true teams across each grade level. So some of our sixth grade teachers also teach seventh grade. Some of the seventh grade teachers also teach eighth grade. And so because of that, one of the things that we did that worked for us is we did schedule students in cohorts. So they are with the same group of students for their core classes. Now, they are not in cohorts for electives. So there would still be some changing of classes, much like you would see in a high school and what you would see traditionally in a middle school. And so there would be the need for teachers to either rotate around to the different classrooms, provided technology and everything else could work. A lot of times we're speaking in the ideals. If everything works the way we've envisioned it, this is what we think we would have happen. And so that would limit the number of times students are transitioning in the hallways. But you're right, there would be teachers who would be going into different groups of students throughout the day. The other question that you asked about was, what might help teachers feel more comfortable? I do know that already at Gravely, and I know at the other middle schools as well, there are some teachers who are already in the buildings. And I do think coming in and getting accustomed to the procedures, so you're coming in, you're getting a temperature check, you're washing your hands as soon as you're entering the building, you are wearing your mask. Once teachers are in their rooms with, I've said, the door closed and locked, you can take off that mask and teach from your room. But if you come out of the room or if someone needs to enter your room, then you're back in your mask. And so there are teachers who are here who are doing that. I talked to a teacher, our course teacher, just this week, and she said, it's just easier for me to teach from my room. And so teachers have been in and out of Gravely the entire time. There are definitely concerns about returning with full, and by full, I mean, even if it's 50% of our students and all of the staff. And I think, we will just be continuing to monitor as we have metrics and safety procedures and ensure that we do a really good job of teaching our students, the different procedures that they need to follow to make sure that we can keep everybody safe. I don't think there's anything that we could do individually that would make everybody feel 100% safe. I just have to be honest and admit that we are all concerned, but we know that we have a lot to consider, and not just this one thing can be considered as we're, trying to make a decision about when to return to the buildings.
Thank you so much.
Board members, are there other questions, or do we have a motion? Mr. Atherton, then Ms. Doyle.
Yeah, I just want to make sure as we go through this, we just keep in mind parents that have kids in all three levels, right, and making sure that we're not creating a nightmare for that, right? So I just wanted to comment on that as we go through this.
I agree with you, Mr. Atherton. Ms. Doyle?
I was just going to ask Dr. Rolak, is there a sense, kind of in alignment with what we've been saying most of this evening and with Dr. Benjamin and others throughout the evening, that we do need to make moves to go back? Is there a sense with teachers feeling more comfortable having the delay, not going, thinking about wrapping their heads around not going back in November, but the start of the year? Is there, they express that difference in confidence based on when they're going back?
Yes, I have not polled the teachers, informally, but I've talked to several of our teachers and other staff members across the school, and many of them have said that January feels like a much more comfortable timeline for all the reasons you've already heard, thinking about holidays, thinking about additional time to prepare and teach. And also, in a middle school, we are also on semesters for our electives classes. So again, the academic disruption that would happen there is also a concern. Once we're back in the building, we will be starting the school year all over again with teaching new procedures. And so there has been some thought that January is a more reasonable or better filling timeline for some of the staff members that I've spoken with.
Thank you, Dr. Rolak.
And lastly, if I could just add one more thing, Ms. McKenzie, but you still would advocate, Dr. Rolhap, on behalf of your teachers that on behalf of your teachers as well, that having the 6th grade cohort come in earlier for orientation still seems to appeal to much of the staff, or?
No, I haven't asked the staff about that. So what you see before you is a plan that the administrators have been working on. And so I have not polled staff to see how they would feel about 6th graders coming in. The one thing that we have talked about is that bringing in the 6th graders would mean obviously bringing in the 6th grade core teachers, but it could involve bringing in all of the electives teachers because our students naturally are taking different electives courses. So, just to share that the staff has not, say, voted on, whether or not they like these options and may not have even seen these options. But I don't know how widely shared these may have been in any communication that staff members have received across the middle schools.
Thank you. That's helpful. So do I have a motion to bring middle schoolers back to start a rollout in January with bringing exceptional children back for the 2nd semester?
I made that motion.
I'm sorry, the 2nd quarter. I wanted to be clear in my motion.
Second.
Did you move the motion or did someone else, Ms. Stevens? I'm sorry.
It was me. I didn't know if you wanted to make the motion. You can. So I seconded it.
No. I'll let you move the motion.
I'll move the motion. All right.
I'll second it.
Mr. Atherton, did you want to say something before I call the vote?
Yeah, I just had a question. So the recommendation was to bring in EC before next year. Are we saying that we're just going to shift that to next year? Can we get?
No, for the 2nd quarter, they would come back still on November 9th. November 9th on option C.
Okay, so November 9th for EC. Okay.
Yeah, and for the public listening, EC is exceptional children contained classrooms, just so everyone is clear who's listening. Sometimes we take acronyms for granted. Ms. Dubison?
I just want to clarify that because you said that high school EC classes would come back October 27th.
That was based on what the date on the recommendations were under option C. So, I mean, I'm flexible, but that's what this option C says November 9th. So I thought there might be some significance there. I'm flexible on whatever actual day it is. Is that clear? Is that okay, Ms. Davison? Okay, so were you gonna say something, Ms. Davison? Oh, Ms. Crimmins?
Yeah, there's no significance to the date. So October 26th, it would be good if everything's consistent.
Okay, so
27th.
Ms. Stevens, are you good with that being your motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Crimmins, that's helpful. So I have a motion for Ms. Stevens and a second from Ms. Doyle. Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore? I think actually Ms. Moore, are you there, Ms. Moore?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Your vote?
Yes.
That's Ms. Smiley?
No.
Okay, motion passes. Let's move on to elementary school. Ms. Smiley, do you want to comment on what doesn't work about those plans for you? I mean, you don't have to, but
I still have concerns. Yeah, no, I still have concerns about bringing students and staff together and interacting in much larger groups, combined with those ages being more contagious. As we've learned, they're like twice as contagious as the younger ages. I support bringing back exceptional children in separate settings, but that with the combination of that, and I don't feel like my questions about ventilation, I don't feel like I have sufficient information to believe that everything's been that we're mitigating risk sufficiently there. So that's where I'm at.
That's helpful. Thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just curious if there was.
No, it's fine. That's what's behind it. That's fine.
Understand. Okay.
Hillary, you're muted, Hillary.
Sorry, having a mouth issue there. Let's talk about elementary school. Does any board member want to discuss it first before we go into motions? Ms. Hauser?
I guess I just want to comment that from all the comments that we've received and from teachers and parents, that this is where, especially the pre-K, K2, is the most urgent for us to take a baby step with. So I just, and I'm very interested in doing the first step, the pre-K, pre-KK to 2 plus EC, to take that step on option C. I don't know, January is like a lifetime away, but I'm certainly open to take that step. I'm interested in, again, the virtual academy being separate, and I'm interested in that being contingent on the availability of teachers.
Ms. Hauser, can you say more about contingent on the availability of teachers and what you mean there?
Well, I think we have to know that we have enough teachers to actually serve these kids, right? And we've seen, we're only bringing back a very tiny number of kids. And so, and again, I think teachers, even in these lower grades, have more urgency to be back as well. We've not seen a breakdown of who wants to come back in these early grades. But I don't want to force teachers to come back. But I really, if they want to come back, and if I want to make this work, that's where I am. I want to make this work. I'd rather it was on not alternating, but I want to make this work.
So my concern with your comments and like calling a vote around those things is that we just don't have that stuff organized at this point. And so I share your concerns about virtual academy. I share your concerns about teachers having too much on their plates with managing several cohorts or changing the plan in the middle of sort of the semester before the holidays with rise in COVID-like illnesses. So I guess for me, I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree on some fronts, but I don't think we have the answers to that. And I don't think we're going to have the answers to that tonight, which is why I personally would advocate for us starting that rollout in January also. That's just me personally. I'm not comfortable with, I know that our teachers are going to do whatever they can to serve kids in the virtual academy. I totally get that. I know that none of them are going to intentionally leave anyone behind, but I'm just not sure I'm comfortable with the way it's been laid out at this point. So I'm personally more comfortable with saying we start rolling out in January and we build a really solid plan and we get teachers to buy into it. And maybe if they understand, like, we have to start taking steps in January, there's more motivation to help us figure that out. I mean, I know that I'm not blaming anyone for not having been able to contribute to the plan making at this point, but everything's been moving so fast. So I guess what I'm saying is I hope there's more time to include teachers in the planning process of how that would work at the elementary level. So that would be that's my comfort zone. Anyone else? Ms. Smiley.
I guess one thing I'll say is at those youngest grade levels, pre-K through to 1 especially, I wish that we had an option in front of us that included honing in on the kids we know this isn't working for because it's a subset who do want to come back, and the teachers we know want to come back, and some way to do that. I know that that would require considering the pros and cons of kids switching classes and doing that in a way that brought them back 5 days a week, because I think that's actually what the kids who are not learning in this environment need, rather than 4 days in person and 6 days of remote. I think that's what, so that's, I wish that that was an option in front of us. but I don't think we have the information as a board for me to move that that's what we do. I think that would be really irresponsible. I'll just say that's my strength. If we say January, there are a lot of kids right now who I think really need something sooner than that.
And if I could just comment, thank you again, Mrs. Smiley. And so my concern there would be the imbalances that could happen. So you've got one teacher willing to come back and 5 kids, so we pull that teacher from kids that she or he has formed relationships with to serve 5 kids who want to come back. And we can't change class sizes and divide the remaining kids up. And also, is it fair to them to do that? So I just have my initial reaction to that is just concerns. And then I just have to say a great concern I have is the when will we get what if we don't? What if we just, is there a certain amount that we need to be comfortable? And I agree, what can we do to help get staff more comfortable for those who are not? We heard that there are some coming into schools right now and have returned. That's my concern, because I could see us here in January having this same conversation. And we know we have children for whom this isn't working, and this is the group. So I don't know what else to say. I don't. But I do think, and we keep on the table, I know we got to get through elementary, and I'm sure you guys will work it out, but we do need to bring our staff back. You heard Dr. Rawlett say that we do need to bring them back. And for all the reasons she's mentioned, Ms. Crimmins has mentioned, and that I have shared.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. Ms. Davison?
I just want to make a note, and Ms. Crimmins has actually reminded me that the NC Pre-K programs that you have, which are funded by the division of the DCDEE, whatever that stands for, DCDEE has mandated that once a district returns any of its children to in-person instruction, that they are requiring you to bring your pre-K back. So as far as I know, that would suggest that you are probably required to bring your pre-K back October 27th along with your EC. Not all pre-K are, parents, want to come back. So I wouldn't anticipate that you'd have 100% back, but, and Ms. Crimmins, you can speak up if I've got that wrong, but I'm looking at the memo from DCDE that says, let's see. If your school district has buildings open for in-person instruction for any students or children, the NC Pre-K program must also offer in-person or hybrid instruction. So you don't have to bring them back 100%. You could bring them back on a rotation, but.
That has been my understanding, and most districts are pairing their EC separate settings and bringing pre-K back at the same time. And I apologize, as I was thinking through this, it just triggered in my mind that as we were talking it. So I do apologize for not bringing that up sooner.
That's okay. Thank you, Ms. Crimmins. Ms. Hauser, did you want to say something?
I just had a question for Dr. Felder. If we said yes on, I call it option C.1, it's the first 2 pieces. Could you come back to us with a plan that gives us more specifics about the balance of teachers and students that want to come back and how big these gaps are, without messing up all the other classes, but just tell us how many classes we have that don't have teachers. So I'm wondering if you could just, is that possible? So we could say, approve taking the next step to do a more refined plan on this.
Yes. As long as it's not tomorrow. But yes, that's something we can do.
How about Thursday? No, no more board meeting. Is it something we could do in a week?
Yeah.
Maybe.
We continue to collect the survey data from families to see where that stands. We can reach out specifically to this group of teachers and see where they stand. We know, so yes, we have some data on that now as well. So yes.
So we for some, yeah.
Board members?
This is a little bit different topic, and if you don't want me to do different topic, just tell me, Ms. McKenzie. Guessing that we have broad sense of doing the third through fifth cohort later. Most of us would want option C, having it start second semester. Is that how the board, I wonder if we should make that motion and then we can focus more on the pre-K through 2. I guess we don't know. So, okay, so I'm going to make the motion that we do not bring the third through fifth graders back till the second semester. And I realized that it is broken into cohorts. So, in keeping with that, have that in cohort as well.
I would second that.
Any discussion before I call a vote? Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Doyle and a second from I'm sorry, who seconded that? Ms. Stevens. Mr. Atherton? You're on mute.
No.
Ms. Hauser?
All right. Can I just, am I understanding that we're just voting to take the January 25th proposal and approving that part of it? Is that what we're talking about?
The motion was just bringing third through fifth graders back starting in January.
Well, I did something about cohorts.
Oh, wait, what's the motion then?
Are we just voting on the second half of option C and with no decision about the first half? That's what we're doing. We're saying, let's move the second half of this forward. Is that what I'm hearing? I just want to understand what I'm voting on.
Yes. And the mention for cohorts is that it's just that the way it's laid out, when I say January, I mean begin bringing third through fifth back in second semester, which actually has them staggered on the January 25th and February 1st. That's all I meant by the cohorts. Yeah.
So Ms. Hauser, vote yes or no?
Sure.
So yes. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
No.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna vote no also, but the motion still passes. So third through fifth grade will start back in January. So I guess that means pre-K is back too. So board, do we want to make a decision about K through 2? I feel like the district could benefit from some more time to work on this, but I'm gonna hear from y'all before we call the meeting. Yeah, Mr. Atherton?
So if I understand the legal requirements, we might as well just vote for pre-K now. Is that, I mean, it sounds like it's a done deal. So
I don't think we have to vote on it. I think it's a done deal.
Well, given that your last action was that they be remote, I think it would be good to bring some clarity, because one of the things you have to decide is, are you bringing them back on plan A or plan B? In other words, are you bringing them back 50-50 or 100%? I think, and I'll turn it to Dr. Felder. I think the staff recommendation
was 50-50, but.
Plan B for right now. Again, we'll slow to go fast.
So
So are we not going to vote about kindergarten through second tonight? I mean, is that?
Well, I don't know if we're gonna, if it needs a vote. I think we need to agree that we want to pursue the proposal for K2 and EC, but we need more information. So if people don't want to do that, then we should know that. But if people want to do that in earnest, then I think we should say we want to do that. We need, and we'll take it up in a week or so.
So I'll just go ahead and put out there that I don't want to do that. So it's not necessary on account of me. Do we want to just go around and give our feelings about that? And then we can know whether we need to pursue it that way or take a vote tonight? So I'm just going to go around and get everybody's thoughts on whether they want the district to pursue that, because that's asking staff for a lot of work. So if we aren't serious about it, I don't think we should ask them to do it.
Ms. McKenzie, I'm confused about what we're talking about. Are we focusing in on pre-K or are we talking about K2?
I think we're really talking about K2 right now.
What we're asking for is for the district to come back with specifics on how many kids, how many teachers that we have, and by school, and where are the gaps.
So can I just chime in? And so with regards to pulling that data, we can. I guess my concern is, and it's just a question I'm just asking, I'm trying to understand, why are we having a conversation around, do teachers want to come back for K2 when we didn't do that for 3 or 5, we didn't do that for 6, 7, 8, 9. It is the board saying, this is what we need to do, and that's what we do. I'm not understanding, because, and then my concern also would be, well, what if the majority says no? They say no this month, next month, the following month, we will never get that. And yeah.
So I think coordinating all of the things that you're requesting, Ms. Hauser, based on teachers volunteering to go back, which students want to be there, who's in the gaps, who's going to be okay changing teachers. These are all the things that make me feel like we just need more time. I mean, I think they're worthy questions, but I think we just need more time. So I wonder if there would be a motion to start rolling pre-K through second back in January, bring our EC and pre-K back starting on October 27th. Is there a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
Oh, all right, second, and I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion from Ms. Doyle, a second from Ms. Stevens. I will vote yes. Mr. Atherton?
Can you repeat the motion?
Yes. The motion is that we will start bringing cohorts of elementary students back in January. Our EC elementary students would come back at the same time as our pre-K students, which would be October 27th, which would be in alignment with our middle school and high schools.
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
No.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
No.
Motion passes. So we will start bringing cohorts of elementary schoolers back in January, and we will build a really strong plan with teacher buy-in to make sure that we can be as safe as possible and mitigate as many risks as possible when we reopen our buildings in January.
Mackenzie,
yes.
Can I just interrupt? I don't think you asked for Ms. Stevens' vote or my vote, and
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you made the motions, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm like losing it at this point. Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you, everyone. So does anyone want to say anything before we adjourn?
I want to say something. I know you need to say what that motion was again. So that the social media will get it correct.
All right, social media world.
I just read something was not quite our motion. So
okay.
read that motion.
So I'm going to go through it all. I want to make sure we'll go through all of the decisions we made tonight. I want to make sure that I got it right and everybody has it all. We're all square. So my understanding of what we decided tonight is that high school, middle, I think that it's true for all of our grades. So high school, middle school, and elementary school, we will start bringing cohorts of students back in buildings in January, assuming our metrics are stable or better. Our exceptional children classrooms and our pre-K classrooms will begin back in person hybrid on October 27th. Is that everybody's understanding of what happened tonight?
Correct.
Yes. Can I ask Ms. McKenzie, the 3rd through 5th grade starting second semester, I'm curious why that was not supported in the same ways as the other. And I don't know if there was something different about the way I asked it or not.
I think aren't we doing that?
We are, but it got fewer votes and I don't know why.
That may be an offline conversation at this point, Ms. Doyle. I think we're all exhausted and need to wrap this up.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to volunteer that real quick.
Well, actually, Mrs. McKenzie, I'm so sorry. There's just one other item, and that is staff returning. If we're going to be ready for second semester, for all the reasons mentioned previously, we've got to start coming back. And I'd like to recommend that date be by November 15th. That gives folks time to prepare to do that. So we know we have some back now, but we've got a lot to do to be ready for that.
Dr. Felder, can they bring their students to school with them, their children?
They can bring their school-age children as long as, again, their school-age children are able to follow with fidelity all of the safety and health protocols, that their child stays in their space. So yes, and we can provide the guidelines there, but yes, we don't have a problem with it under those circumstances. So that would need to be worked out with the principal, however, so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board?
Just one additional clarification. That wouldn't be, what I think I heard was, it wouldn't be required every single day, but it's bringing staff back in sort of a more general sense, or?
Yes, we need to get to every single day. We need to get to the place where we're teaching in our classrooms. We are getting accustomed to the safety protocols. There's safety trainings, all of that is important. Again, participating in all of the protocols, the mask wearing, all of that. And so staff who are in now are accustomed to that, the attestation process. And it's so important that the staff have that down pat. There's one less hurdle to get through a challenge when our students start returning. And so this gives us a nice long runway to get there.
Mr. Atherton? Thank you, Dr. Felder.
You're welcome.
Just 2 comments about that. So one is, virtual academy teachers, I know some of them have conditions, right, asthma or whatever, that it may not make sense for them to physically go in the building to teach if they can't wear a mask or they have other issues. So I'm assuming those would be accommodated not by going in the building.
Well, that will depend on the factors that Mrs. Cunningham Brown spoke to, in terms of there is an individual case. It's a case-by-case basis. For some, it's a matter of certain type of PPE and they're fine, and for others it's not. So there's a process for that.
Okay, and then the second is, I don't want to forget the numerous emails we have gotten about the teachers and their children. So if they're back in the building, are they allowed to bring their children in there to do their remote learning? Or I just want to make sure we're not leaving them in a situation where they could manage it before, but now they can't.
So again, as long as it doesn't interfere with them being able to do their work, I know I probably wouldn't be able to bring mine. Certainly wouldn't be able to bring Joy. And again, if their students can, their school-age children can adhere to the safety protocols with fidelity, that's going to be critical for everyone. And so under those circumstances, that is doable.
Okay, and I think we need to consider learning labs for long-term or whatever, if that makes sense.
We will.
Ms. Davison?
Yeah, I just wanted to note, because it has come up a lot, that the HR department does have a very carefully thought out accommodation request procedure. There are forms that all staff have received. They've worked on it with our office, and, you know, Ms. Cunningham Brown, as she said, they have individual meetings with each employee to discuss their needs and their accommodations. So that's been in place. It will need to be revisited for certain people, but they're ready to handle those requests.
Ms. Smiley?
I'll just share a thought, which is I'm generally supportive of this, but and I do think it'll be part of building trust, but knowing that there are staff members who live with people who might not qualify themselves, but live with people who are immunocompromised or otherwise high risk. I wish that there were a version of this that allowed those staff members also to receive some sort of accommodations. Not coming.
So I would just say that if we are going to do this, I would hope that we would pay for our teachers' students to be in learning labs if they don't feel that they can bring them into the building.
I agree. That's where I was.
Any other thoughts? Ms. Hauser?
I just have a question, and that's, will the teachers who are virtual also be expected to come in the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless they have cleared with HR, yeah.
Unless they're clear.
What say you, board?
So I'm willing to make a motion for that with the learning labs availability for teachers to take advantage of.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore? She may have stepped away, so I'm going to come back around. Ms. Smiley?
No.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Moore, are you there?
Maybe she took a comfort break.
I think that she may have needed to step away, so I'm just going to go ahead and say that the motion passes.
Right.
And we'll just have the minutes reflect that Ms. Moore was not present for the vote.
Right.
So with that, I thank everyone for an exceptionally long meeting, exceptionally difficult work and choices being made. Mr. Atherton?
I just had one clarity that I wanted to make sure when you were coming back with everything that we discussed. I just don't want to close the door for high school to have the opportunity to bring back proposals if they have them for CTE or whatever that they want to bring towards the board. We did not say no to that. They would just need to bring it towards the board or back to the board.
Yeah, good clarification. Ms. Smiley?
I'd say, especially if we're not going back until January, I would feel similarly about K-5 and about middle school, that if the schools have particular initiatives they want to take on that consider an equity lens and transportation and all of those things, that I would hope that they bring those forward.
Yeah, I think the board is very much willing to hear any ideas and thoughts that schools or the district have. Ms. Hauser, did you want to say something?
I just want to support that 100%.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Atherton, second from Ms. Stevens. Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Moore? I think she's here, so we're gonna just call it. Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
We are adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.